Good morning, everybody. So we're back to trial day 5. As you know, I don't interrupt it. I'm not talking over it or anything like that. It will run right through. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll go and start play now.
James E. Hinkson, now presiding. Have a jury, please. All rise for the jury. Everybody be seated except the witness. If you would face the clerk and be sworn, raise your right hand, please.
Swear I do.
Have a seat, please, ma'am.
What is your name?
Hi, I'm June Umchinda.
Will you please spell Umchinda?
Umchinda.
Where do you live?
I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I do.
How do you know Mr. Adelson?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
What were the periods of time that you dated Mr. Adelson?
We dated from October 2015 to June 2017 about.
Okay, and was that steady or was that kind of off and on?
Well, it was off and on. I would say like it was steady for a year and then, a little break. I'm still in touch with him now, but we're not together.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Adelson?
Yesterday.
And has Mr. Adelson ever talked to you about the murder of Dan Markel?
He has, because it's a big, thing right now. So we did obviously speak about it.
Mm-hmm. And he's never made any admissions to you, has he, about being involved in the murder?
No.
All right. Did he ever, I don't know, let me ask you this. Around the time of May 2016, when the arrests were made in this case, or some arrests were made and there was some media attention increased, did you notice a change in the behavior of Mr. Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
He was just acting stressed and irrational. Were you talking about when the media broadcasted everything, or beforehand when people were were arrested?
Why don't we start with when people were arrested? Did you notice a change in his behavior at that time?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
Well, obviously they were tracing things back to him, so he was nervous and worried and just not himself.
Okay. And was he doing things like sleeping with a gun?
He did, but he usually does that.
So. Oh, he did that anyway?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you just noticed that his demeanor had changed. He seemed to be more stressed out.
There was something about him and he wouldn't really tell me. So yes, he was stressed out.
So he wouldn't tell you really what the problem was?
No.
Okay. Would you routinely sleep over at his place during the time that you were a couple?
I slept there every night, yeah.
And where was he living at that time?
Will Harbor Lane, where he lives now.
All right. And what does Mr. Adelson do for a living?
He's a periodontist.
Did you ever observe him engaging in any type of gang-related activities?
No.
Did you ever see him interacting with or associating with any known gang members?
No.
Did you observe him dealing in cocaine?
No, definitely not.
Purchasing cocaine? Using cocaine?
No, never.
All right. Did you observe Mr. Adelson to have large amounts of cash?
Yes.
Like how much?
I don't know. I've never seen all of it, but I know he has access to it in his house.
All right. Where is it kept in his house?
It's in his bedroom in a safe.
All right. Is it like a small safe or one that's like the size of a refrigerator?
Like a refrigerator.
And is there anything unusual about the way Mr. Adelson packages his cash?
No, I've never seen it physically. Like, I don't look in his safe.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen him take money out of it.
Okay, so you
But,
didn't, do you recall giving a statement back on July 24th, 2018 to law enforcement?
Yes. And I wanted to say at that time, obviously, you know, he just had a baby with someone else, and that's the primary reason we broke up. So when I gave that interview, the baby was 6 months old, and Bree moved into the house, and they got a dog, and I thought I would never speak to him again. So I was obviously, you know, hurt and angry. And
Okay, so were you lying to law enforcement back in July 24th, 2018 because of your
No.
anger? Okay, so I want to ask you specifically in that interview, did you talk about observing large amounts of cash lying around the house when you were dating Charlie Adelson?
Yes,
Okay, and did you talk about a particular way that the money was separated or packaged?
I did mention that there was a staple on one of them. So I kind of like joked to him about it.
In fact, you said that the money was stapled into stacks of $100 bills, didn't you?
They were hundreds, yes. And
Okay.
I don't know if they were stacks, but there was a staple on it.
You didn't say that there were multiple stacks of $100 bills that were stapled?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay. And did you know how much, I guess if you didn't see any stacks, you don't know how much money was in the stacks?
Right.
Okay. Did you see him actually stapling the money?
No.
Right. Did you know where the cash came from?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Adelson give you a lot of gifts during the time that you were dating?
No.
What about after you were dating? Did you get any gifts after you broke
No.
up?
I mean, I got usual birthday gifts and such, like Christmas, but not anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Did he buy you any cars?
No.
Did he pay for any trips for you to go on your own without him?
No, he helped me visit my sister for her wedding in Seattle.
Okay. And was that during the time you were dating or after you broke up?
During.
Okay. What about Katherine Magbanua? Do you know who she is?
I've seen her once. I have never physically met her, so no.
Where did you see her?
Well, we met briefly. I would say see or met. She worked at Jerry's, the dermatologist's front desk. So when I walked in, I was a patient of Jerry's, and briefly, you know, she greeted me.
All right. And what dermatologist was that she worked for?
Broward Dermatology.
All right. And the person you referred to as Jerry, that's Dr. Obed?
Yes.
And that was somebody who was close with Mr. Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And were they roommates at some point?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Magbanua was working at the dermatology office. Do you know the time frame that you observed her working there?
No, I saw her for a second, so I don't even know if she recalls.
Okay. And did you notice an increase in Mr. Adelson's contact with Ms. Magbanua after the media attention started in reference to this case?
No.
Do you remember giving that statement back on July 24th, 2016 to law enforcement?
I remember something was brought up about Catherine's car needed to be fixed. So that was brought up, and I mentioned it to him, you know, just asking about it.
Okay. And did you tell law enforcement that Charlie started talking to Katherine a lot more after the media attention started?
I noticed he met with her like twice, I would say.
Okay.
So
Did you ever know,
maybe about 2 times.
did you ever know of Katherine Magbanua working for Charlie at his dental practice? I'm sorry. Yeah, periodontal practice.
No, I met him after he was with Katherine, so.
Okay. And when you met him in October of 2015, Ms. Magbanua was not employed at his office, to your knowledge?
I actually met Charlie, it's like a year ago before that, but we reconnected a year later.
All right. I guess during any of the time that you knew Mr. Adelson, were you aware of Ms. Magbanua working
No.
at his office? Okay. Did you ask Mr. Adelson about the paychecks that were going to Ms. Magbanua?
Objection, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Adelson ever express to you interest in purchasing a BMW for Ms. Magbanua?
No,
Did you tell law enforcement back on July 24th, 2016 that Charlie wanted to get her BMW before the case, but said he couldn't do it because the cops were watching his spending?
Objection, misleading the jury.
I'll overrule that. Objection.
Did you make that statement to law
No.
enforcement? You did not?
It was tough.
I don't know if they confused it. Like I was asking for BMW. I actually got one myself now, but before then I was talking to Charlie about it and he just says, you know, there's so much going on.
Okay, so you were referring to yourself, that he
Yes.
considered buying a BMW for you, but could not.
It was brought up. He didn't consider it. He, you know, just a lot of, once the case started, everything kind of changed, so.
Okay, thank you. Did Mr. Adelson ever mention to you giving Katherine Magbanua a Lexus that his dad wanted to get rid of?
Yes,
And did he mention to you that he collected any money from Ms. Magbanua in exchange for the Lexus?
no, it was in her name though, I believe.
Okay, so your understanding was that he gave it to her as a gift?
Objection, proper opinion. Also speculation. That's it.
A sustained objection.
Would it refresh your recollection in reference to your prior statements regarding the money that you saw around Mr. Adelson's residence to see a transcript of your interview?
No,
Objection, improperly present. Adjourned.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, did you say back on July 24th, 2018, quote, "But there was always stacks of hundreds, like a lot of cash in there. I don't know exactly." Agent Sanford said, "Yeah." "Thousands and thousands of dollars, you think?" And your answer was, "Yeah." Agent Sanford, "Stacks of hundreds?"
Objection, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Your answer, "Yeah, like, it's like dollars to him." Like does that sound like what you said on the interview?
I would, something along the lines of that.
Okay, exactly that, right? Or do you have a reason to think the transcript is incorrect?
No, I mean, if I believe I was recorded without my knowledge during the transcript, so if that's what it said, then that's what I said. I don't remember.
And did you also say on that occasion when you were interviewed by law enforcement, "So I was always like, who staples money and stuff? Like, use a paper clip or something." And then there's a question, "So you've seen his money stapled together?" Answer, "Yeah." Was that your statement?
Yes, so I mentioned he had the staples on the hundreds before.
And then did you also say, "One thing I did, like, I thought was weird was I had one time, like, he was giving money to count or something, and all of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles."
Objection, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Did you make that statement, Ms. Inchinda?
I don't recall.
Okay, and it would not refresh your recollection to review the transcript?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
I can, if it's there, then I'm assuming I made it,
Let her read it. That's
Sure.
so I don't,
Page 42, lines 18 through 23. It's small, so it's this portion here. Just take a moment and review it. Does it refresh your memory at all?
Yes, we did talk about the stapled money, so
Okay, so you did make that statement.
yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
You bet.
No further questions.
Garcia.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
Learning.
I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions with regards to your involvement in this case, okay?
Okay.
Now, you said on direct examination that you were unaware that you were being recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just so I can get a better understanding, did law enforcement come to your home, or did you get summoned to go to a police station?
They've came to my home multiple times, like banging on my door and, throughout the year. They came to my homes, attempted about like 2 or 3 times until I finally got a hold of someone to get the subpoena back then.
So the date in question, what is the date?
July 24th.
2018?
Yes, sir.
So the government's been referring to a transcript of an interview that you were involved in on July 24th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
And this interview, did it take place at a police station, at your home?
It was in my condo lobby at my home.
When you were involved in the interaction with law enforcement, was there a stenographer there taking notes?
Not that I can recall. There were two officers.
And I'm asking this because it was your direct testimony that you said that you didn't know you were being recorded. So I would assume they didn't advise you that we're recording this statement?
Right.
Did they give you an opportunity to review the transcript to see if there's any problems with it?
I didn't even know they took what I said and put it anywhere, so.
So you wouldn't know when they turned the recording on versus them not recording, correct?
I'm sorry, what was
Let me ask that again, I'm sorry. So
No,
since
it's
you
okay.
didn't know they were recording it, it would be impossible for you to know when they began recording it, correct?
Right.
So you can't tell the members of this jury whether or not prior to the beginning of this recording that they discussed stapling the money together, correct?
Correct.
Now you were with Charlie Adelson from October of 2015
Yes.
until June of 2016.
17.
I'm sorry, 17. Almost a 2-year relationship, correct?
Yes.
And it was your testimony that you would spend almost every night at his house, correct?
Yes.
During this 2 years, did you ever see him smoke marijuana?
Yes.
Did you ever see him take any kind of bodybuilding supplements?
No.
You know he went to a gym, correct?
Yes.
He would work out?
Would I work out or?
I'm sorry, no.
I'm
He would-
sorry.
He would work out, right?
Yes, he has stuff in his house, like a gym, a home gym.
Did he have a gym that he would go to, like a membership gym?
Yes.
And would it be safe to say that Charlie Adelson had a wide spectrum of friends, correct?
Yes.
Would it also be safe to say that Charlie Adelson, I don't know if this would be a correct designation, but he frequented nightclubs?
Not like, what do you mean by frequent?
Did he go to nightclubs in South Beach?
He went to nightclubs. It wasn't specifically South Beach when I was with him.
So he would go to nightclubs in multiple areas of South Florida. Would that be a better generalization?
Honestly, when I was with him, he didn't go to clubs like a lot. We went to Vegas one time and we went there to clubs and to Miami once and like maybe Fort Lauderdale, but it wasn't frequent enough like that. So
And you began dating him in 2015, correct?
yes,
So you don't know what his frequency of going out to nightclubs was in, let's say, 2013
right.
or 2014, correct?
Yes,
And you also wouldn't know whether or not he was doing cocaine in 2013, correct?
right.
or 2014, correct?
Yes,
But he did smoke weed in front of you.
yes.
Did you smoke it with him?
I have, yes.
Now, you ended your relationship with him because he was cheating on you, right?
That was the primary reason. Yes.
So he was withholding things from you, correct?
Right. We were on a break and got back together and found out
That he got another
another
girl
got
pregnant.
pregnant. Right.
Now, the prosecutor asked you if if you were ever introduced to any gang members by Mr. Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't know if you knew any gang members in 2013, correct?
Right.
You don't know if you knew any gang members in 2014, correct?
Correct.
The only information you can give this jury is what occurred in your relationship, which started in October of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regards to the fact that Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, had gotten another female pregnant, you were hurt by that, correct?
Of course.
And when the police spoke to you on that interview in summer of 2018, the police told you about the stapled money, correct?
They told me about it?
Right.
No, because when they showed up, they were conversating with me, so it was mentioned. It was during a bad time when we weren't together that they testimonied me. So
Okay, so did they bring up the stapling of the money? They did, right? The police? Did let me rephrase it. Did they ask you about stapled money?
they asked me, yes, about
You didn't bring it up on your own, right?
right.
You said that you spoke to Mr. Adelson yesterday.
Yes.
Was he going to ask you about your testimony today?
Jackie,
No.
hearsay?
She's already answered.
The answer is
Find the
no.
objections untimely, but I sustain the objection for further purposes. You can move on, Ms. Sangan.
Yes, Judge, give me a minute.
You may.
I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Do you have any children?
No.
You were asked questions about cash inside of the house. You remember that, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, Charles Adelson was a generous guy, right?
Yes.
In fact, at one point you explained in your statement how you had counted the money because he would give loans to people, to friends.
He helped out friends and gave loans. I didn't physically count the money he gave out to them, no.
Fair enough. But you knew that he would lend out money to people that needed it and they would pay him back.
He's told me, yes.
Help me understand this a little bit. The law enforcement came and spoke to you at one point in time. You remember that, right?
Yes.
And this would be July 24th of 2018, if you remember.
Right.
It was investigator Sherry Bennett of the Tallahassee Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes.
And an FBI agent,
Yes.
Patrick Sanford.
Yes, I have their cards. I can't quote their exact names. I'm sorry, but I believe that's them.
Was the agent medium height, shaved head?
Yes.
Now, you had said, I don't know if it was on cross-examination or direct examination, that they had banged on your door before.
Multiple times a prosecutor or whoever came to my residence would knock and repeatedly come back, you know.
You didn't open the door though, right?
Well, no, a few times I wasn't home. My roommate was, and then another time, no, I never caught them like at my place and opened the door, no.
If you can explain to this jury in Miami somebody bangs on your door, possibly a couple of men, are you quickly opening that door? Or are you concerned to open that door in Miami?
Well, definitely concerned. They actually just did it to me to come here. So a day or so ago, they were banging at 6 a.m. and I was sleeping. So
For you to come here today?
yeah, then I got blocked calls like calling me. So I didn't know, who was behind the door. And I have a guard at the gate and they didn't call me. So I was really worried.
It's scary
Yes.
for a woman. And in Miami, it's an even more scary thing because there's a lot of threats out there in Miami, right?
I guess in South Florida, anywhere, yes.
Two strange men come banging on your door. You're concerned and may not answer the door. Fair?
Just any banging, yes, would be a concern to me.
Agent Patrick Sanford, investigator Sherry Bennett, they sit down with you to talk to you. Isn't it true that they told you you're not being recorded? This is all going to be confidential. Nobody will know about it.
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
And then later in time, you find out that you were in fact being recorded.
Yes, I believe when I spoke, I had to do another testimony and that person told me.
So law enforcement can in fact secretively record you if they want.
They did, yes.
Let's change gears. Talk about Charles Adelson and his work. What did he do for work?
He was a periodontist, or he
No.
is a periodontist.
Would you have termed him a traveling periodontist, that he went to different locations, that he was routinely at different locations?
Primarily, yes.
Now, you were in a relationship with him, and you explained it kind of off and on between October 2015 and June of 2017. Did
Yes.
you get familiar with his work practice?
With the Adelson Institute or with his schedule, you mean?
Schedule is the better way to say it.
Yes, of course.
Would he be at the Adelson Institute every day, 8 o'clock in the morning there until 5, or was he all over South Florida?
He was all over. He had appointments at different offices. He stopped in his frequently as well, if needed.
Now let's talk about Miss Magbanua. You were asked questions about whether she did or didn't work for Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Do you just not know the answer to that question?
No, I mean, when I was with him, we never spoke about Katherine working for him. I didn't even know who she was. So during that time, I didn't know. Right now, obviously, I know he mentioned that she did. So, and his parents said she did. So,
You having been his girlfriend at the time, would you think that there may be objection if you had found out that his ex-girlfriend was working for him? That could maybe cause a problem?
maybe.
Do you think it's reasonable that he would say, hey, I'm not going to share this with her. She may be upset that Catherine's working for me, Miss Magbanua?
Maybe, yes.
Let's talk about his friends. It's my understanding that after this case hit the media, that he had some falling out with a lot of his friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
But he kept a few of them, a few friends. He maintained a few of them, right?
Are you talking about at this moment or, within the last 2 years or so?
All I have to go based on is your statement in July of 2018, correct? Well, my question is this: was Sully one of the friends that he maintained?
Yes.
Do you know Sully?
Yes.
He's a mechanic, right?
Yes, he was. He just sold his business, so he's doing something else now.
And that business was the eco-friendly body shop.
Correct.
What does he do now?
He got another position and moved to Orlando. I'm not 100% what the title is.
When you met with law enforcement in July of 2018, you said that you were mad at Charles Adelson.
Yes.
And that may have influenced what you said when you were meeting with law enforcement.
Definitely. I felt like I was very vulnerable at the time. So when they showed up, it was kind of like conversating with, somebody that had sympathy for what I was going through. It was just such a terrible time for me while the other woman was pregnant. So it was during all that time when she just had the baby. So yes, I was very upset.
At him, at Charles Adelson.
Yes.
And do you believe the investigators played on your emotions?
Yes.
Now, let's go in the months and the years prior to that. You had seen about this case in the media, right?
Yes.
In fact, at one point in time, they confused you with Miss Magbanua, and the news posted pictures of you online.
Right. And at that time also, I didn't even know about the case. So they took whatever I said and spun it around. And
between you somehow being dragged into it and also you dating Charles Adelson, who was in the middle of it, you then began to look at a lot of the media stuff, right?
yes.
And you were well versed on the case when you started talking to law enforcement in July of 2018, right?
Right. They advised me of the case right there in front of his house when they showed up.
But what I'm getting at is that you knew about the case well from the media, right?
No, I never knew about this case at all until I pulled up to his house that day and the person outside told me about it.
It will help me understand this because I'm getting a little bit confused. That day that the media pulled up in front of the house, that was well before law enforcement came and met with you, right?
About a year ago, we were still together then, yes.
When you say a year ago, you're not talking about a year from today. You're talking about 2017, a year prior to the statement?
Yes.
All right. So 2017, you get confronted by the media. They put your picture on the internet. They confuse you with Miss Magbanua. You then get involved in all the media. And a year later, you then have this conversation with law enforcement, right?
Right.
And at that time, you're really mad at him.
Yes, I was everything like depressed, horrible.
All right. Let's go to the final topic. Prosecution asked you about how his mood changed at one point in time. He was, I think your words were that he was stressed and irrational. Is that correct?
Right.
Would you agree with me that it was obvious through the media, through everything that you had seen, through Ms. Kappelman herself on TV, that they were trying to build a case against Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua?
Definitely.
One brief second, Your Honor.
Could I?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. Inchinda, you mentioned that prosecutors were at your door. What prosecutors were at your door?
I don't know because I didn't answer the door.
Do you have any reason to think that I or any member of the prosecution team ever came to your door?
I don't think you would physically come. It was probably a server or something.
Like law enforcement?
Right.
Okay. I was looking at the beginning of the taped interview, and investigator Sherry Bennett, who was the female that came to interview you, indicates at the very beginning of the transcript that she's putting the date on the
Objection hearsay?
She's putting the date down. You know, today is 7/24/2018 at 6:30 p.m. We're here with June. Okay, so we can just go ahead and talk. I just want to put the date down. What did you think? That didn't clue you in that she was recording the interview?
Well, I would think she was taking notes.
Okay, did you see her taking notes?
I can't really remember. I believe there was paper and pen around. Someone was notating.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? We'll go sidebar. I believe you indicated you talked to Charlie Adelson yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that by phone or in person?
It was by text message on the phone.
Okay, so did he text you or did you text him?
Yesterday, I'm sorry, I was flying. I'm trying to think of exactly yesterday. Yesterday I texted him first because I left work.
What?
I texted him, I was leaving work at lunchtime to go on a plane to come here. So I texted him first to let him know.
And did he respond?
Yes.
And is that the only communication you had, or did you talk to him also?
We just talked throughout the night, like,
Texting back and forth?
yes.
Okay. And prior to yesterday, when was the last time you had talked to him, either in person or by text or email?
Maybe 2 days before or the night before.
Ms. Kappelman, any follow-up?
No follow-up.
Garcia?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Nothing else, Mr. Garcia.
Magbanua.
No questions, John.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep her any further?
No, sir.
Don't need her any further.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Go about your business.
Thank
Step the
you.
next witness, please.
The state calls me in her mascara.
All right, if you would face the clerk here and raise your right hand, please.
Swear from testimony about in this case, be truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Have a seat, please. Right, proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Yendra Velasquez Mascaro, YINDRA VELAZQUEZMASCARO.
And where do you currently reside?
Miami, Florida.
Are you working?
I am.
What do you do?
I'm a title insurance agent.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua?
I do.
And how do you know her?
Childhood friend, and she's the godmother to my child.
Childhood friend, what?
And she's the godmother to my child.
How many children do you have?
2.
And she's the godmother to one of them?
To one of them, the youngest.
You said your childhood friends. Did y'all go to high school together?
We did.
And did you maintain a close friendship in high school?
No, not in high school.
What about after high school?
Yes.
When after high school did y'all start to become,
My
More.
25th birthday, to be exact.
and when is your birthday?
October 5th,
Of what year?
1986.
I'm sorry to ask, but
It's okay.
1986.
Correct.
So if y'all reconnected or started getting closer on your 25th birthday, that would be around October 2011.
Correct.
Was it after that time that you had this child that Katherine Magbanua became the godmother to?
Yes.
And when was that child born?
She was born 3/4/15.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
I do.
How do you know him?
Childhood friend as well.
Did he attend high school with you and Ms. Magbanua?
Not really. We just knew each other from the neighborhood and stuff like that. We all grew up together.
How would you describe your relationship, or strike that? Did you also know him due to his involvement with Ms. Magbanua?
Correct.
And what was their relationship like?
They were dating for a pretty long time.
They started dating in high school, didn't they?
Yes.
And they were on again, off again throughout the course of their relationship?
That's correct.
What about Luis Rivera? Do you know him?
I do.
How do you know him?
Childhood friend as well, and I know his brothers and sisters.
Is he older than you all?
Yes.
Did he go to high school with all of you?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not Katherine Magbanua knew Luis Rivera?
Through Sigfredo, yes.
Were Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo, or strike that, were Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera very close?
No, ma'am.
What about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera? Were they close?
Yes.
Would you describe their relationship as being brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
You were aware that eventually at some point, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia were arrested, for this incident. Prior to that, say back in 2014, 2015, did you know of Luis Rivera being in a gang?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you some questions next about Ms. Magbanua's employment. Are you familiar with her employment over the years?
Yes.
Or at least after your 25th birthday when y'all got
Yes.
closer. When you first reconnected with her on your 25th birthday in October 2011, where was she working at that time?
She was doing brand marketing, like for different clubs and that stuff, and the dental office as well.
So brand marketing is doing what exactly for clubs?
So when there's like different liquors that they're trying to introduce into the club and stuff like that, she would do, like the tastings and stuff like that outside of the clubs.
Kind of like promotion.
Correct.
And that she had started at the brand marketing and then started working at a dental office.
That's correct.
And the dental office that she worked at, where was that located?
South Beach.
And do you recall the dental office name?
Sophie something. I don't remember.
The Sophie Dental?
There you go,
Center?
Sophie. Yes.
And approximately what year did she start working at Sophie Dental?
It was around the same time that we reconnected. So I would say it was in the 2011 portion of the year.
Would it refresh your memory to see your deposition transcript?
Sure.
As to when she started working there? Take it up one moment, Judge. While I'm looking for that, do you recall how long she worked at Sophie Dental?
Not really. No.
Do you know what she did for them?
I believe she worked in the front desk.
At some point while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she stop doing the liquor promotion or the brand
Yes.
marketing?
Yes.
While she was still at Sophie Dental, did she pick up a new, different job in addition to the dental office?
During the time that she was at Sophie Dental?
Yes. Did she start working at Club Fate then?
Yes.
And when did she begin working at Club Fate?
I don't recall the year.
Now here's the time I want to, would your depo
Sure.
refresh you?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For defense counsel, I'm on page 31, line 16 through 25. If you could just read silently to yourself here on page 31. And let me know when you're done reading.
2013. Right there.
Okay, so she began working at Club Fate. She began working at Club Fate in the latter part of 2013.
Correct.
What did she do for Club Fate?
She did bottle service and bartending.
So she was doing Sophie Dental and Club Fate, or only Club Fate at that time?
Mostly Club Fate. At one point, she stopped working at Sophie Dental.
So there was a time period that those two employments overlapped, but eventually she quit the dental office and just did Club Fate.
That's correct.
How long did she work at Club Fate?
A couple months.
Did she tell you why she quit working there?
They were having issues with their accounting, and she was getting paychecks that were bouncing, so she was over it at that point.
So at Club Fate, she was receiving paychecks?
Yes.
They just weren't going through.
Correct.
So that's why she quit there. And then did she start working somewhere different?
Yes.
Where did she start working at that time?
Hollywood Live.
Did you work at Hollywood Live at the same time that Ms. Magbanua did?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you quit working at Hollywood Live?
Shortly before becoming pregnant. Well, when I found out that I was pregnant
And this is the pregnancy.
with my second child.
Okay.
I found out in July of 2014.
So you found out you're pregnant, it was actually July 4th, 2014.
That's correct.
And you quit shortly before finding out you were pregnant on July 4th, 2014?
Yes.
Eventually, did Katherine Magbanua quit working at Hollywood Live as well?
Yes.
Did she quit before you or after you?
Before me.
So I'm trying to create a timeline. If you quit before finding out you were pregnant July 4, 2014, and she quit before you, she must have quit before July 2014.
Yes.
And approximately how long before you quit did she quit?
I want to say it was about a month and a half, maybe 2.
So maybe April or May 2014 she
Yes.
quit? And I'm not trying to be rude, but the court reporter, I need to make sure I finish my question before you give your answer so that it's clear for the record.
You got it.
I know it's hard to do that. So if you quit prior to July and she quit maybe a month or 2 before, would it be fair to say she quit Hollywood Live maybe May of 2014?
Sounds correct.
You know why she quit working there?
She was over the club scene already. She didn't want to work in the clubs anymore. She'd get tired.
What is the next employment for Katherine Magbanua that you know of?
She started working at a dermatologist's office.
Do you know the name of that dermatology office?
I do not.
Do you know who owns that dermatology office?
Charlie's best friend and former roommate. I don't remember his name.
When you say Charlie, who do you mean?
Charlie Allison.
How long did she work at work at the dermatology office?
It was just a couple of months.
Where did she work after leaving the dermatology office?
She was working with me again at Optimar International Realty.
What was she doing at Optimar?
She was an assistant to one of the realtors.
How long did she work as an assistant to one of the realtors at Optimar?
It was for a short period of time. She stopped working in May, end of May of 2016.
Do you know why she quit working at Optimar Realty?
Well, Mr. Garcia got arrested. We were going to be going out of town, and when that happened, it just threw her off. She just stopped working.
So her last day at Optimar was the day Mr. Garcia was arrested.
That's correct.
Speaking of Mr. Garcia, did you ever know him to be employed or have a steady job?
I only knew of the last job that he had right before he got arrested.
And do you recall what that was?
I don't remember the first word of the business, but it was something capital funding, if I'm not mistaken.
If I said the word, would you maybe remember it?
Yes.
Was it rapid capital funding?
Yes.
But that wasn't until much later, like in 2016.
Yes.
Prior to that, you have no knowledge of his having a steady employment.
No, ma'am.
You mentioned earlier that the owner of the dermatology place that Katherine Magbanua worked was, you said, Charlie Adelson's best friend and roommate or prior roommate. How do you know Charlie Adelson?
Because he was dating Katherine.
Do you know how long they dated for?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it wasn't, I want to say maybe a year.
Did you ever meet him during that time?
I did.
Do you know how they met?
Yes. He was a specialist that would come into Sophie Dental, and they met because she worked in the front desk.
Was he a regular doctor at Sophie Dental?
No, ma'am. He would be called in specifically for certain clients that needed him for implants or whatever it was.
And he's a specialist, he's a periodontist.
That's correct.
Okay, so just every now and then he'd come in and that's how they met and began dating.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the time frame of their relationship at least had to have initiated during her employment at Sophie Dental?
Yes.
Do you know when they stopped dating?
I don't recall.
When Miss Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson, did she bring Mr. Adelson around you a lot?
Just a couple of times. It wasn't like all the time that they were together or anything like that, but we did hang out a couple of times socially.
But you would describe it as rarely seeing him.
Yeah, I didn't see him much.
Did she talk about him much?
No.
When Miss Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson, was Sigfredo Garcia still in the picture?
Here and there, he was just pretty much in her life for the kids at the moment.
Say that again?
For the kids, mainly.
But he was
Yeah.
actually trying to be a better father and
Yes.
get back in the relationship
Yes.
with Miss Magbanua. Would you describe Mr. Adelson as being wealthy?
He's comfortable.
I mean, he has a lot of toys and money, right?
Yes, but we also live in Miami, where,
So wealth is relative, maybe,
yes,
in Miami. But he did own a limousine.
yes, he did.
He owned multiple vehicles.
Yes,
He owned jet skis,
yes,
a boat.
yes, a small boat.
He had a place on the water in Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
During the time that Miss Magbanua and Charlie Adelson were dating, were you aware of Miss Magbanua getting a breast augmentation?
Yes.
Do you know how she found the doctor to perform that breast augmentation?
Apparently, Mr. Adelson knew the doctor.
Did she tell you how much that surgery would cost?
She predicted it was going to be about $6,000 or $7,000.
And you mentioned that this breast augmentation was during the period that she was dating Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
Right? Who took care of her during her recovery after the breast augmentation?
Mr. Garcia.
Did you ever meet Charlie Adelson's sister, Wendy Adelson?
I did.
And when did you meet her?
Father's Day weekend,
Do you recall of what year?
2015, I want to say. It's on my Zeppo.
I'm looking for it. Would that help you remember if I can find it?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You might.
For defense counsel, I'm on page 98, lines 4 and 5.
To 14.
It's the
Yes.
Father's Day of 2014.
Yes.
What were the circumstances surrounding your meeting Wendy Adelson?
We just met up at the pool and at the beach downstairs from her parents' place.
That's down in Miami?
Yes, correct, in South Beach.
And who all was there that day?
Charlie, Katie, myself, and sister.
I'm going to show you a photograph with some evidence of Safety Exhibit 36. Do you recognize the people in the photograph?
Yes.
Who is the individual on the far left?
Katie.
Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And who's the individual in the middle?
Wendy.
And then who's that on the far right?
Me.
And if that photograph had, every picture has data associated with it, if the data associated with that photograph says June 15, 2014, do you remember that being consistent with Father's Day in that year?
Yes, because my child was with her dad that day.
Once, and I don't think you've been able to remember a time frame for when Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson broke up, but do you recall it being several months before Ms. Magbanua got back with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
And when did Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia get back together?
I want to say it was the Pacquiao fight, the night of the Pacquiao fight.
And that's you're referring to the
Manny
Pacquiao,
Pacquiao boxing match, yes.
the Pacquiao Mayweather fight.
In fact, yes, the Pacquiao Mayweather fight,
Does
that's correct.
May 2nd, 2015 sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she had broken up with Mr. Adelson earlier in that year, maybe January or
Yes.
February
Yes, that's correct.
2015. And once they resumed their relationship after the May 2015 Pacquiao fight, did they begin living with each other again?
Yes,
At some point, did Ms. Magbanua drive a Mazda,
yes,
a white Mazda?
yes, ma'am.
Did there come a time that she began having mechanical problems with the Mazda?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember if those problems were prior to the Pacquiao fight in May 2015 or after?
They were continuous, honestly.
All the time problems with
Yes.
the Mazda? Fair enough. Do you know who paid for the repairs to her Mazda?
I do not.
Did Mr. Adelson, meaning Charlie, ever give Katherine Magbanua a car?
Yes, he did.
And when did he give her that car?
When she stopped driving the Mazda, because that's it, the Mazda just stopped working altogether.
Do you recall the Lexus? Did you already say it was a Lexus? I'm sorry.
No, I just
What-
said it was a vehicle. It was a Lexus. It was a black Lexus.
I apologize.
It's okay.
This is the Lexus. And you don't remember when he gave her that Lexus?
No,
Was she working at Optimar at that time?
she was.
So this would have been late 2015, early 2016?
Yes, that sounds right.
And she was with Sigfredo Garcia at that time.
She was.
Was the Lexus a brand new car?
It wasn't brand new. It was older.
It was an older model. Had you ever physically been inside of it?
Yes,
How would you describe the condition of this Lexus?
it was well kept.
Would you describe it as pristine?
Yeah.
Those are actually your words.
That's correct.
Did Katherine Magbanua indicate that she purchased that vehicle from Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever say anything about giving him any money at all for that car?
No, ma'am. Not to my knowledge.
Was it your understanding it was a gift?
Yes.
Now, she's had mechanical problems with the Mazda. Does she then begin to have mechanical problems with this
Yes.
pristine Lexus?
Yes.
And she was still dating Mr. Garcia at that time?
Yes.
Do you know who paid for the repairs to the Lexus?
I do not.
I want to jump back a little bit in time to 2014.
Okay.
Was there ever a time that Ms. Magbanua asked you to watch her children?
Yes.
When was that?
July 2014.
July 2014?
Correct.
And was it weird for her to ask you to watch her kids or normal occurrence or what?
No, normal. I mean, if she needed a favor, I would do it. If I needed a favor, she would do it, in regards to the kids.
Do you know why she didn't ask Mr. Garcia to take care of his kids?
No.
Also speculation.
I'm asking if she knows.
Overruled.
Do
I
you
do
know?
not. I do not.
So she leaves the kids with you, and did they stay with you overnight?
They did. They ended up falling asleep, so they just stayed there. There was no point of her picking them up. It was too late in the day.
Then the next day, did you receive a call from Ms. Magbanua?
Yes.
And what did she tell you at that time?
She had told me that Charlie's brother-in-law had an accident.
What kind of accident?
It was, they literally said an accident.
So you watch her kids. Next day, she says Charlie Adelson's brother has had an accident.
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law. And did she say what, if anything, Charlie Adelson was going to have to do because of that accident?
That he was going to go up to see what, the situation was and to see his sister and make sure everything was okay.
And this was July 2014.
Yes.
Did you later find out that that accident was Dan Markel being executed in his garage?
Correct.
Do you remember when Sigfredo Garcia was arrested? In this case, I believe earlier you said it was May 2016,
Correct.
and y'all had plans that weekend.
Yes.
What were they?
We were going to Disney.
And who all was going on that trip?
My ex-husband, myself, my 2 kids, Katie, Mr. Garcia, and the 2 kids.
And did Ms. Magbanua continue to go on that
She did not.
trip with you all? After Mr. Garcia was arrested, what type of contact did you have with Ms. Magbanua after that?
Not much. Here and there, I would just ask her how the kids were doing and how she was holding up.
You would describe it as her kind of going off the radar, right?
Yes.
She didn't really talk to anybody at that time?
No, ma'am.
Has she ever, meaning Ms. Magbanua, ever talked to you about Mr. Garcia being arrested?
No.
Or any of the news stories
No.
around this case?
No.
Are you aware of any relationship between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson's parents, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
With Harvey, yes.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
She would get dental work from Harvey.
So purely professional?
Yes.
Did Katherine Magbanua ever work for the Adelson Institute?
Not that I'm aware.
Did she ever work for Charlie?
Not that I'm aware.
And I apologize, Charlie Adelson. Did she, I know you said not that you're aware, but did she ever say anything to you about employment with the Adelsons?
No.
I could have one moment, Your Honor.
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You bet.
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as State Exhibit 60. Do you recognize the people and objects in State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
That's Katie and Charlie.
And do you recognize any of the vehicles in this photograph?
That's the Lexus that was driven, and that was Charlie's vehicle at the time.
Okay, and are these accurate depictions of the condition of those two vehicles, the Lexus as well as the, is that a Mercedes?
Yes, it
I'm
is.
sorry, being driven by Mr. Adelson
Yes.
during the times that you testified about today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer into evidence State's Exhibit 60.
Any objection?
Only objection, Judge, is she can't testify when that was taken.
So what?
She can't testify to when it was taken. She said during the time that she's testified to, that's over a 2 year span.
Do you have any idea when this was?
I do not. I know that those are their vehicles, but I do not when that was taken.
Can I ask an additional question?
No.
And my main point here is, are these accurately reflect the condition of the vehicle in question, the Lexus that was given by Mr. Adelson to Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll overrule the objection. That's it. Good night.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Garcia.
Good morning, Ms. Velasquez Mascara. I pronounced that correctly?
Velasquez.
Velasquez, I apologize. I represent Sigfredo Garcia. I'm going to ask you some questions with regards to your involvement, as well as your involvement in this investigation, as well as your testimony today, okay?
Okay.
So you indicated that you've known Sigfredo Garcia since childhood, correct?
Yes.
You also indicated that you knew Luis Rivera also since childhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you describe childhood, would that be teenagers or before that?
Before that.
So 8 years old, 10 years old, something around there?
Around there.
Okay, so you would agree with me. So around 20, 25 years, you've known Luis Rivera?
Yes.
You ever gone to the beach with Mr. Rivera?
The beach?
Yes. I mean, we live in South Florida, right?
As in like gone to the water and gone to the beach
No,
with
no.
him?
Ever been socializing with him outside during the summertime?
No.
Did you ever go to the pool with him?
No.
Did you ever spend any time alone with him?
No.
So when you say he's a childhood friend, this is just someone that you met at an early age,
Correct.
and that he would it be closer to say that he was maybe an acquaintance versus a friend?
Yes.
Would you call him on your cell phone?
No.
Have you ever called him on your cell phone?
No.
And in today's day and age, I have to ask, have you ever text messaged him?
No.
Send in an Instagram direct message?
No.
A Facebook Facebook message?
No.
A tweet?
No.
Okay. So this is simply someone that you've known kind of at arm's length, right?
Yes.
And they also asked you, the government asked you, if you knew whether or not Mr. Rivera was a Latin king, correct?
Yes.
And your answer was no.
No.
And you'll agree with me that, as you indicated before, this was kind of an arm's length relationship, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen Mr. Rivera without his shirt on?
No.
Were you aware that he had a gigantic tattoo?
Mr. Sanganek, she just said she'd never seen him with his shirt off, so move on.
No problem. Were you aware that he had a tattoo on his stomach?
No.
Let's talk about your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When did you first, if you recall, remember hearing Charlie Adelson being mentioned?
When Katie was working at Sophie Dental, she told me about him.
And roughly, what was the month and year of that?
I don't recall. She asked me and I don't recall.
What year was it? 2013, 2014?
I want to say it was 13. Yes.
13, good. And you indicated that you heard Charlie Adelson's name from Ms. Magbanua, correct?
That's correct.
And you heard it in a reference to, I met a guy,
Correct.
a cute guy,
Yes.
a rich guy.
She didn't say rich. She just said he was a cute guy, nice guy that, was giving her attention.
At any point, did you believe that they had an actual relationship other than just some guy that she met that was cute?
No. I just thought they were casually dating.
Were you aware if Mr. Garcia had knowledge of this casual dating?
He did.
Was he happy about it?
He was not.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being happy about it, 10 being furious, was he more like a 10?
Yes.
Would you say the number 10?
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, it doesn't get any higher than 10, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with the members of this jury that Mr. Garcia, my client, wanted to have a relationship with Ms. Magbanua, correct?
Correct.
At any time, did you see Charlie Adelson with my client?
I did not.
If my client would have seen Charlie, based on your knowledge of how angry he was about the relationship, do you think that my client would have attempted to attack Mr. Adelson?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you think my client would have helped Mr. Adelson?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the theory in this case?
Theory for whom?
The theory of the government.
Objection, following.
Sustained.
Give me a second, Jim. You indicated on direct examination that it was the Pacquiao fight, Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, where my client and Ms. Magbanua got back together, correct?
Rekindled, yes.
Rekindled is another word of saying that they were back together.
Yes.
Okay. They were boyfriend and girlfriend again, correct?
Yes.
And this was, the prosecutor gave the exact date, May 2nd, 2015, correct?
Correct.
You watched the children as a result of a favor from Ms. Magbanua the night before Dan Markel got shot, correct?
Correct.
And that was in July of 2014.
Correct.
So from July 2014 to May 2015, that's about 10 months.
More or less.
During this 10-month period, was Katie seeing Mr. Adelson?
Yes.
When did Ms. Magbanua get her cosmetic surgery?
October.
Of 2014?
Correct.
And this is the same time that she was dating Mr. Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
And by dating, I am making a reference that they were still romantically involved, correct?
Correct.
So they would, to your knowledge, were they sleeping over at each other's house?
I wouldn't know.
To your knowledge, were they romantically involved?
Yes.
And by romantically involved, I mean having sex.
Yes.
So after July 14th, Ms. Magbanua was still having sex with Charlie Adelson, correct?
Yes.
And in October, several months after Mr. Markel was murdered, Ms. Magbanua got breast enhancement surgery, correct?
Correct.
And the doctor that she went to was at the direction of Charlie Adelson, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Garcia's level of anger about this relationship, maybe now a 12?
Are we still on a scale from 1 to 10?
Correct.
Well, if we're at 1 to 10, then it would be 10, not 12.
You'll agree with me that, well, let me ask you this. One of the things that the government asked you about was the Adelson Institute, which is the dental institute, correct?
Yes.
And the owner of that institute is who?
Harvey.
Harvey Adelson. So if someone were to do research on the institute, he's the owner, correct?
Correct.
And by research, I mean if someone goes on Google, the Adelson Institute would be related to Harvey Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that during her recovery time from her augmentation surgery, my client took care of her, right?
He did.
And that would be at Ms. Magbanua's home, correct?
Yes,
Where they have children in common, correct?
they do.
And after my client cared for her while she recovered, afterwards, she was still dating Charlie Adelson, correct?
Yes.
And by dating, I mean having a sexual relationship with Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
So now maybe my client's anger is at a 13 out of 10?
Possibly, yes.
No further questions.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll take 15 minutes. We'll let the jury step out. Anybody else? Either side need anything?
No, you're right.
Anybody need anything?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Anybody need anything?
Oh, no, Judge.
All right.
Can I have
All right, 15 minutes.
Can I have some water?
What?
Can I have some water?
You can step down.
Oh, okay.
Come on back to the stand in 15 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess.
During the course of their being at the Adelson Institute, you learned that they were in fact police officers, though.
Yes.
When these two officers encountered you, and this would have been June 1st, 2016, did they ask you if you were familiar with an employee named Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And you told them, no, you were not familiar with an employee named Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Right, correct.
At that point, did you go seek assistance from another employee at the Adelson Institute?
I went and got Erica.
This is the Erica Johnson we mentioned earlier?
Yes.
And once you got Erica Johnson, did she then go and speak with the investigators
Yes.
herself? Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua? The female
No.
defendant? No. Do you know if she's ever been a patient at the office?
She's been a patient.
And that's the extent of your understanding of who she is as a patient of the office?
Yes.
Approximately how many times has she been a patient there?
I think we worked on her once. She was a patient one day in my chair.
Is it possible she was a patient more than once?
Because she might have had a cleaning too.
And you're not able to say that Ms. Magbanua was employed by Adelson Institute, are you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And I believe you said it's now been 40 years. But in the entire time that you worked at the Adelson Institute, have you ever physically seen this woman at the Adelson Institute,
No,
other than as a patient?
no.
How do you get paid by the Adelson Institute? Are you hourly or salaried? Do you know?
I think I'm salary.
Do you get paid by check?
Yes.
Do you get paid in advance of the time period you're going to work, or do you get paid once you've completed a certain time?
Once you complete, every 2 weeks.
That was my next question. You're paid every
I'm
two
paid
weeks.
every 2 weeks, yes.
Do you ever get paid for weeks of work? I can't talk, I'm sorry. Have you ever been paid for weeks of work prior to completing the work?
No,
Have you ever received 3 paychecks at a time?
yes.
When?
If they're gonna go away on vacation, then that's when I would get maybe 2 extra checks. The weeks they were gonna be away, then I got, because I'll be in the office while they're away.
How frequently would that happen?
Once a year when they go away.
So that would be a very rare occurrence for you to be paid multiple paychecks at a time.
Yes.
Were
Oh,
you
no.
ever, sorry?
Yes.
Were you ever paid 4 paychecks at a time in advance?
No,
Nothing more than that
no.
either? Have any of Charlie Adelson's girlfriends ever been on the Adelson's payroll, to your knowledge?
Not that I know.
And have you ever been aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of your employment there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Are you still working there to this day?
Yes.
If I could have one moment, okay?
Amen.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Liberator.
Thank you.
Garcia.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. No questions for Mr. Garcia.
Magbanua.
Yes, sir. Is it Labrada or Labredo?
Libretto.
Labrado.
Libretto.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Charles Adelson would travel a lot for work. He would be at other dental practices doing work.
Yes,
I think the term is called a suitcase dentist.
I've never heard of that.
You were asked a question by the government. They asked you if any employees had ever worked by phone for the Adelson Institute. And it was if you know. Do you know if anybody ever worked by phone?
No,
It is possible that somebody did work by phone for the Adelson Institute and you just don't know.
I don't know that.
Don't know the answer.
Don't know the answer.
You don't know what you don't know.
I don't know. I've never heard of that.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, write your question down, we'll go sidebar. So were you the only one that checked the voicemail machine?
Yes.
You're not aware of anyone else ever doing that?
When Erica comes in, she might check it also,
Okay.
but usually I'm the first one for a while, because I come in at 8, quarter of 8.
So you're usually the first one in,
Yes,
and you check them when you come in.
yes.
Any follow-up, Ms. North? Follow-up, Garcia?
Yes, just 2 quick questions. Good late morning.
Exactly.
Just to follow up on that issue, while you indicated yourself and another employee had the ability to check the voicemails, would I be correct in assuming that Dr. Harvey Adelson could also check his voicemails?
Now they can.
Okay, like today?
Now meaning, now we have an answering system, answercom system.
Okay, and when did you get that system?
Oh, maybe over a year ago, couple years maybe.
So before that, you had like a machine?
Yes. So they couldn't retrieve the messages.
Who was in charge of this phone line? Well, let me ask it this way. Did Harvey Adelson have the ability to contact the phone provider with regards to the line for the Adelson Institute?
Sustained.
Was Mr. Adelson the owner of the Adelson Institute, Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Adelson, yes.
He was the owner, correct?
Yes.
Did he have the ability to participate in actions with regards to the telephone database that you guys had?
He doesn't listen to the messages.
Are you sure he's never listened to one of the messages in the whole time that you've been there?
You mean he actually physically goes and, no.
Has there ever been a time where Dr. Adelson was there that you weren't there?
I'm sure.
Right, so there's times where you indicated that there's a split schedule, correct? With regards to the time, the hours of operation?
Regarding the time, yes.
Okay. And then there's some days that you're open from 9 to 5, correct?
8 to 5.
I apologize, 8 to 5. And what days were that again?
Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a question, not that you recall, but on July 1st, 2014, that was a Tuesday? Do you remember if that? July 1st,
Yeah.
2014. If I told you that was a Tuesday, would you have any reason to believe that I'm telling you something incorrect?
That's not a
Well,
problem.
let me ask you this. On Tuesdays, you guys were open from 8:30 to 5, correct?
8 to 5.
Okay. If Dr. Adelson was ever expecting a call, did he have the ability to forward the office calls to his cell phone?
Well,
I
she
don't
can
know.
answer if she knows.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Magbanua.
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Right. Hey, read, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
No, Your Honor.
Take your excuse. Okay. Call your next witness.
Date of Erica Johnson.
Your Honor, would it be okay if Ms. Kawhi stands in for me for a second? This is my witness. I just want to run for that.
Certainly. Anytime one or the other of you is here, we're good. Come on up here, please, ma'am. Right up here. If you face this lady, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be true, full truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And is your phone off?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Turn it off, please. You can have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please. May I proceed?
You got it off? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, Erica Johnson. And spell my name?
Yes, ma'am.
ErikaJohnson.
How are you employed?
I'm sorry?
How are you employed? Where do you work?
I work at Adelson Institute,
How long have you worked there?
8 years,
What's your position there?
a dental assistant
And to whom are you a dental assistant?
to Dr. Adelson and also Charlie Adelson.
And Charlie Adelson is also a doctor as well, right?
Correct.
Do you also work at the front desk?
Yes.
What are your tasks at the front desk?
Making appointments, sending out insurance,
Are you
things of
the,
that nature.
say that again?
And things of that nature.
So you do a lot of the paperwork, scheduling, insurance claims, returning phone calls, things like that?
Correct.
And you're the primary person who does that for the Adelson Institute?
Correct.
Do you know of anyone else who does that?
No.
You also handle patients' payments for the services that the Adelson Institute provides, don't you?
Correct.
Do you often have to even quote prices for patients on what certain dental work is going to cost?
Yes.
The Adelson Institute dealt in cash frequently, didn't it?
Not frequently, but we do accept cash, yes.
I mean, the office does offer a substantial discount if a customer can pay in cash.
Yes.
Back in 2000 and, hold on one second. Back in the time period 2014 to 2016, do you recall who all was employed by the Adelson Institute? Besides yourself, obviously.
To my knowledge, it was myself, Clarissa Labredo, Victoria Labredo.
You have the two doctors, right?
Well, they're not employed, but they, yes, they work there, yes.
I'm sorry, and that's what I meant. So Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And Dr. Charles Adelson?
Yes.
Any other dentists or surgeons that worked there?
No.
Did Donna Adelson work at the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
What was her role?
She's like the office manager. She makes things run smoothly.
She's responsible for
Yes,
payroll?
yes, she is.
Would she maintain the employee files?
Yes.
And you report to her?
Yes.
Did you also have an Amy who was a hygienist?
Yes. Did I not name her?
No, I don't think
Sorry
so.
about that.
That's okay. Is there anybody else you can think of you haven't named?
No.
When we talked about some of the, well, I haven't with you, but the hours that the Adelson Institute was open and the days, it was a Monday through Thursday operation,
Yes, usually.
closed Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Correct.
And the hours approximately 8 to 5 most days. I think on Wednesday was a later day, 11 to 7.
Yes.
If a patient would call to schedule an appointment or just try to reach the office and the office was closed, that call would be answered by the old
The
school.
answering service, yes.
Well, today it's the answering service, right?
Well, yeah, and what is it called? Like a voice, when you can leave a voice message.
An answering machine.
Answering machine, there you go. Well, yes.
And back then y'all had an answering machine. And who would be responsible for coming in on Monday morning to check
We
those?
all would. We all would.
Whose primary task was that?
Mine. Mine usually, because I do front desk.
I want to talk to you about an incident on June 1st of 2016. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. Do you remember two police officers coming to the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And did you know why they were there?
No.
They asked you about Katherine Magbanua, didn't they?
Yes.
And they asked you about whether or not she was employed at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Did they ask you for any employee records related to Ms. Magbanua?
I believe so.
And did you provide those to them?
No,
Why didn't you?
I don't have control of those records.
Who has control of those records?
Donna Adelson or Dr. Adelson.
Today you've said that the person who has access to those were Donna Adelson and Dr. Charles Adelson. Is that right?
Donna Adelson and Dr. Harvey Adelson, possibly Dr. Charles Adelson as well.
Were either Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson present when the FBI agents came to the office?
No,
Was Charles Adelson present?
no,
When you received, the officers turned over or handed to you what's called a subpoena for the personnel file belonging to Ms. Magbanua, didn't they?
I don't remember.
You
I
don't
don't
recall
remember
that?
if they gave anything. I don't.
Well, once they were making these requests of you, did you go and call Charlie Adelson?
I did.
And did you go in the back of the office to make that phone call
Yes,
outside the presence of the officers?
yes,
Did you advise him as to what was going on?
Overruled.
Did you advise him as to what was going on?
yes.
And did he then give you direction as to what to do?
Same objection.
I don't
Overruled.
remember.
Were you aware that that phone was being tapped by law enforcement at that time?
No,
Would it refresh your memory to listen to the recorded phone call between you and Charles Adelson that morning?
if I listened to it,
Yes, ma'am.
Objection and proper repression.
Overruled.
Would it refresh your memory to listen to the 3-minute recorded phone call between you and Charles Adelson as to what was said during that conversation?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
no,
Okay. So what is your answer? Would it refresh your memory to listen to a CD with the audio of that recorded phone call?
it would be a recorded phone call that I would listen to remember
Yes, ma'am.
what happened that day.
Yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask
No.
to do that.
You can do those things on breaks. We're not going to take up the jury's time on things you can anticipate. Move on.
Were you offered that opportunity before we began court this morning
Yes,
and you refused it? Is that right?
yes. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Okay. Are you now comfortable listening to that recorded phone call?
I'm still not comfortable listening. I don't understand why I need to listen to it.
You're telling me that you don't remember the phone conversation.
Correct.
All right, let's jury step out. Play your tape. Everybody be seated.
Hey, what's going on?
If you're asking for records for Katie.
For what?
That she works here.
I wouldn't give anything.
Yeah, and then the ex, did she work there? I was like, yeah, she works there, but I don't know what you want. Because remember we sent there.
Erica,
Yeah.
do me a favor. I'm not there right now, and I'm in surgery, but it's not my office. It's my dad's office, so I can't give anything out.
Right.
So, I don't have access to it. I don't know where anything is.
Okay.
So you don't have access to anything.
So
So
I don't know where anything is either.
yeah, so I would do this. I would not, I would not speak to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but it's my dad's office.
Yeah.
So I don't have access to any of that stuff.
Okay.
So they can talk to my dad, and I'm sure they'll be able to get whatever they want from them.
Okay, understandable.
So if I had it, I mean, listen, you can talk to whoever you want. I shouldn't say don't talk to anybody.
No, I'm gonna do whatever you tell me.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I shouldn't say don't talk to anyone. Talk to whoever on the planet you want to talk to. But it's not my office, and it's not your office.
Right.
So you don't have records to give them, and I don't have records to give them. So I'm sure they'll be able to help them out in any way they can.
Okay, so that's what I'll tell them.
Tell them that it's not, I mean, it's not my office. The office was sold back to my dad actually a long time ago. So tell them that so it's actually, you're talking to the wrong Dr. Adelson.
Right.
So what you need to do is tell them that you will get in contact. So tell them, I mean, it's not your office. You can't get that record.
They said within 20 days of the Florida statute, provide a above cause with reason.
Are they there now, or are they standing?
They're there, but I'm in the back. I'm in the back. They're just waiting for me to come back.
Oh, and they want records?
Yes.
Do me a favor. I'm going to call you from a landline on your cell phone, okay?
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Cemetery back.
Jury's in the courtroom. Judge, they can't hear this witness. Can we do something with the mic or put it?
What's that?
Should I just speak louder then?
May be seated. May proceed, Ms. Norris. Keep your voice up, please, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson, did you have an opportunity to listen to the recording of the phone call that you made to Charles Adelson while the detectives were waiting in the front office?
Yes.
And did that refresh your memory about the conversation between you and Mr. Charles Adelson?
Yes.
Was it a fair and accurate recording of that conversation?
I don't think it's fair to record without telling someone, but I can definitely hear the call clearly.
And I understand your concern about the wiretap situation, but my question was just, was that recording, did it fairly and accurately show your conversation with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, I can understand it.
Okay. It didn't appear to be changed or altered in any way.
No. Exactly. I don't know that.
Did you recognize the voices on the tape?
Yes.
And who were those voices?
Mine and Dr. Adelson's.
Dr. Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
And when these law enforcement officers came to get this personnel file for Katherine Magbanua, you didn't call Dr. Harvey Adelson. You called Dr. Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And during that conversation, he told you what to do.
Yes.
He directed you.
Well, no, he didn't tell me what to do, but he was just telling me an option. He gave me an option.
In fact, he kept saying, "I can't tell you what to do."
Exactly.
But tell them this.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
I'll overrule that objection, but.
So he told you, he in fact used the word "tell them" multiple times throughout that recording.
Yes.
And you told him, "I'm going to do whatever you tell me."
objection here, so Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is that right?
Yes.
At the conclusion of that call, did Mr. Adelson, or sorry, Dr. Charles Adelson, indicate that he wanted to call you back from a landline
Yes.
and on your cell phone, not on the office's cell phone, or not on the office's line?
I think he called me back on the office line. I'm not certain.
I guess my question was, he told you he was going to call you from a landline on your cell phone.
Yes.
After that phone call with Charles Adelson, is that when you came back to the police officers and told them that you had been told Katie worked there? Or sorry, excuse me, you had been told Katherine Magbanua worked there?
I don't remember what I told them.
Would it refresh your memory to see the police report documenting the interaction between you and these law enforcement officers?
I actually had the copy and I looked over it and I don't remember saying the things that they reported.
Okay, well, can I approach and show you and we can see if it's on this report?
Yes.
May I approach on?
You mind?
The defense counsel, I'm on the first page of Pat Sanford's June 20th, 2016 report.
You're going over.
Sorry, if you could just read this little portion.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know what the report says, but that didn't happen.
And that's okay. I just need to ask you about whether that happened. So, want to get the timeline correct. Law enforcement shows up. Miss Libredo comes and gets you. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay, it's okay. She comes and gets you. You come out and deal with officers for a moment. Then you go back and call Dr. Charles Adelson.
Yes.
And after that phone call with him, in which he tells you what to do and say, you return back to the law enforcement officers.
Yes.
And at that time, you told them that you were told she worked at the Adelson Institute.
I don't remember saying that.
Do you not remember, or are you saying you did not say that?
I don't remember saying that.
And this report doesn't help refresh your memory?
No.
And you just listened to that call. Mr. Adelson sounded nervous on it, didn't he?
Objection, Judge.
Legal objection.
Speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled.
I don't know.
You could not hear in his voice the shakiness?
I don't know. I don't know if he was nervous.
Do you know Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
From being Charlie's girlfriend and coming to the office.
Coming to the office as a patient?
Correct.
Not coming to the office as an employee?
That is correct.
And you've never seen her inside of Adelson Institute as an employee?
That is correct.
Last couple questions about how you get paid. Do you know if you're salaried or hourly?
I'm hourly.
And are you paid twice every 2 weeks?
Yes.
Are you paid for work prior to doing the work or paid once you've completed the work?
That I don't know. That I don't remember how it goes.
It's just money coming to you. And I may have misspoken when I said twice every 2 weeks. You get paid one time every 2 weeks.
Correct.
Sorry about that. Would you ever get paid for work in advance, like multiple weeks of paychecks at one time?
Yes.
And when would that occur?
Sometimes when they would go on vacation and they wouldn't be here by the time another payroll was coming, they would give us the check.
So maybe you'd get 2 checks at one time.
Correct.
Did you ever get 3 full pay period checks at the same time?
Not that I can remember. Not that I can remember.
4 at the same time?
Not that I can remember.
Are you aware of any of Charles Adelson's girlfriends being on the Adelson Institute payroll?
No.
Have you ever been aware of any Adelson employee that has worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
And are you still employed by the Adelson Institute today?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Donna Adelson writes every single paycheck that you receive?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Proceed.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Ms. Johnson?
Hello.
My name is Sam Zeng, and I represent Sigfredo Garcia. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your knowledge and involvement in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, you'll agree with me that Harvey Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree with me that if he wanted to, he could contact the phone provider that they were using at the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll agree with me that if Harvey Adelson wanted to forward the calls from the office to a cell phone, he had the ability to do so, right?
Yes.
1 second, Judge. Nothing further.
Magbanua.
Get all this in before noon. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, man.
Good afternoon.
Donna Adelson. Is it safe to assume she was there, she'd run the office, but she'd come and go?
Correct.
It's not something that she's punching in at 8 o'clock in the morning, leaving at 5 o'clock at night?
No.
She's married to the owner?
Yes.
Gets different liberties than other employees?
Yes.
Charles Adelson, my understanding, unlike Donna Adelson, who would come and go, he was just always on the go.
Correct.
At other dental practices doing surgery, what does a periodontist do?
A periodontist does implants. They do extractions, bone graft, anything that has to do with the periodontium, which is the ligaments that hold teeth in place.
All right, so if another dentist needed to have a periodontist, he would go to their office and do the surgery?
Correct.
Katherine Magbanua, is it a fair answer that you are not sure whether she was employed by the Adelson Institute?
Yes, that's a fair answer.
Did the Adelson Institute, or does the Adelson Institute have a website?
Yes.
Did they have that back in 2014?
Yes.
Have you ever met the person that does the website stuff?
Once.
But you don't know the
Please, Ms. Johnson, I'm sure people are not able to hear you.
Sorry, once.
That's somebody that works at the Adelson Institute, and you wouldn't know the essence of their employment or how they're paid?
That is correct.
What about who runs social media?
Have no idea.
What kind of software do you use in the office? And I'm going to give you a few names. Tell me if you use it. EagleSoft, TDO, Dentrix.
Dentrix.
You know what that is, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, Dentrix is software that a dental office can use to run patient records, billing, all the stuff that happens with a dental office, right?
Yes.
Importantly, through Dentrix, one could log in remotely from another location and see the exact same computer screen that you would see at your desk at the office, right?
Correct.
And just to make sure for the court reporter, Dentrix is Dentrix.
X, yes.
Talk about cash now. You said that the Adelson Institute accepts cash payment.
Yes.
Is that not, correct me if I'm wrong, the reasoning why a business would accept a cash payment is not because they're trying to avoid reporting, but that there is a savings. I'm going to strike that, Your Honor. I'm going to re-ask that question. You had said that there's payments of cash, but that there was also discounts with cash payments.
Yes.
Is that not because the business saves money from the credit card rate transaction?
That's 100% correct.
Meaning that if a patient were to pay any amount of money with a credit card, that the business has to pay the credit card company for running the transaction.
Correct.
Is that common
Yes.
in the medical field?
Yes.
Sort of like breast surgeons do? If you know?
I would imagine so. I think it's common in any business.
Last line of questioning, and it will be done before noon. Ms. Norris asked you questions after you listened to the phone call.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you weren't told, don't give anything.
That is correct.
You weren't told, oh no, they don't exist. There are no there are no employee records for it. You weren't told that, right?
That is correct.
One brief second, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Your Honor, at this time, I've asked to move into evidence what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 180, the CD that was played for Ms. Johnson, into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, this is redirect.
I beg your pardon?
Objection, moving evidence in during redirect.
Well, I sustain the objection at this point.
You were asking questions about that phone call between you and Charles Adelson. He told you, I wouldn't give anything.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll admit in State's Exhibit 180.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Permission for recross, Your Honor?
No, well, yeah, I will let you recross. Will be required to.
Can I publish that at this time, Judge?
Let's take a lunch break. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Go to lunch. Keep the microphone in front of you, please, Ms. Norris, and jurors saying they're not able to hear you. 1 o'clock.
All right, court's back in session.
D2, please. The bailiff reported to me, juror number 13, Ms. Fonda, is quite ill. She's been throwing up in the bathroom back there. I think we need to excuse her. She's our first alternate. Anybody want to be heard on that?
No objection from the state.
If I could just get a second to consult with Mr. Padilla, co-counsel, who's not outside, we didn't know about.
No, we're not waiting for somebody who's not here.
I'm sorry?
We're not waiting for somebody who's not here.
Okay.
Do you have an objection? Magbanua?
Defer to the court.
What's that?
Defer to the court.
Okay. I mean, apparently, why don't you state what your situation, what you've discovered? This is Deputy Granger.
Yeah, when we broke for lunch, you could hear her throwing up in the bathroom. She's been in there asleep now. She said she didn't get any sleep last night or whatever. I got her ginger ale and she's still feeling pretty bad.
All right, thank you. Tell her she's excused.
Yes, sir.
And after you do that, you can bring the jury in.
Yes. All right, all rise for the jury.
Oh.
Everybody be seated. You may resume, Ms. North.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, I request to publish State's Exhibit 180.
Objection.
What was the number again?
180.
180.
Yes, sir.
If you'd use the microphone, it'd help us all out, Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir.
I understand there's an objection from the defense
Yeah,
as
motions
to
in
hearsay.
limine,
But
motions in limine, hearsay, relevance, and we would cite State v. Brooks, 787 Southern 2nd, 765. That's a 2001 Florida Supreme Court case.
objections overruled. Proceed.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, the FBI is here asking for records for Katie.
For what?
That she works here?
I wouldn't give anything.
Yeah, and then
I don't know.
the ex, did she work there? I was like, yeah, she works there, but I don't know what you want. So remember we sent that.
Erica,
Yeah.
do me a favor. I'm not there right now, and I'm in surgery, but it's not my office. It's my dad's office, so I can't give anything out.
Right.
So, I don't have access to it. I don't know where anything is.
Okay.
So you don't have access to anything. So
I don't know everything is either.
yeah, so I would do this. I would not speak to anybody. You can do whatever you want, but it's my dad's office.
Yeah.
So I don't have access to any of that stuff.
Okay.
So they can talk to my dad, and I'm sure they'll be able to get whatever they want from them.
Okay, understandable.
So if I had it, listen, you can talk to whoever you want. I shouldn't say don't talk to anybody.
No, I'm gonna do whatever you tell me.
Yeah, I'm not. I shouldn't say don't talk to anyone. Talk to whoever on the planet you want to talk to. But it's not my office, and it's not your office.
Right.
So you don't have records to give them, and I don't have records to give them. So I'm sure they'll be able to help them out in any way they can.
Okay. So that's what I tell them.
Tell them that it's not my office. The office was sold back to my dad actually a long time ago. So tell them that so it's actually, you're talking to the wrong Dr. Adelson.
Right.
So what you need to do is tell them that you will get in contact. So tell them, it's not your office. You can't get that record.
They said within 20 days of the Florida statute, provide a birth card with reason.
Are they there now, or are they just standing?
They're there, but I'm in the back. I'm in the back. They're just waiting for me to come back.
Oh, and they want records?
Yeah.
Do me a favor. I'm going to call you from a landline on your cell phone, okay?
Okay.
All right, bye.
Ms. Johnson, if it's not Charlie Adelson's office, why did you call him and not Harvey Adelson?
Because that's his girlfriend, and I know
I
he would
can't hear
answer.
you, Ms. Johnson. Get a little closer to that microphone, please.
Because that's his girlfriend, and I know he would answer the phone faster than Dr. Adelson.
So you didn't call the person that you knew would have the records that they were seeking?
Objection.
Overruled.
So you didn't call the person who you knew would have the access to the records that the FBI was requesting?
Correct.
What kind of social media does the Adelson Institute have?
None.
So there wasn't anybody working doing social media promotion for the Adelson Institute, right?
Not that I know of.
You just indicated they had no social media.
And what time or frame are we talking about, Ms. Norris? Are we talking about now or some other time?
Yes, sir. From 2014 to 2016.
We had a blog.
Blog.
A blog.
You mentioned on cross-examination a website person that you met one time.
Yes.
That was not Katherine Magbanua.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Recross. Garcia.
No, Your Honor, nothing from Mrs. Garcia.
Magbanua.
Your Honor. You just asked a question, so you didn't call the person that you had, who had access to the records. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
You would agree that that sounds like they even agree that those records exist.
Yes.
That's not a proper question. Let's leave other counsel out of it. We've been doing that all morning. I don't want either side trying to disparage the other side. Ask your questions of witnesses, leave the attorneys out of it.
If you know, within the 20 days of that subpoena, those records were provided, right?
Yes.
So they do exist.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, we'll go sidebar. You can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. It was a question from the jury. It was not a question for the witness. It was really a legal question. Says, are all subpoenas the same? Do they all offer immunity? A subpoena, what we would call a subpoena ducis tecum, that means a subpoena requiring records does not provide immunity to anyone. The immunity I talked about the other day is immunity from testifying. Before that comes into play, the state has subpoenaed a witness. They have asked me to compel the witness to testify. And then based upon the state's request, I have compelled the witness to answer questions. That's when the derivative use immunity comes into play that I discussed the other day. This kind of subpoena would not confer any type of immunity on anyone. Anybody have an objection to my comments? All right. Call your next witness.
State Police Sergeant Chris Corbett, recall.
You can have a seat, sir. You remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record purposes, state, spell your name again, please, sir.
Certainly. It's Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt.
I need to make sure your computer's not blocking the microphone there.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That's a change from last time. I can move this over a little bit.
Is that security?
That should work. It was awake.
Okay, all right. We've been trying to get a little bit better sound in here, so we've put a new microphone in, and we may need to adjust the placement of it a little bit, but anyway. Are y'all ready?
Is it ready?
Your Honor, unfortunately, can we go sidebar?
Okay.
It's coming now. Yeah.
Can I inquire?
Have y'all received the document?
I have, and I'm refreshing my email every 2 seconds.
I have it now.
Give Mr. Singh a copy, please. So we Florida, we have pretty broad discovery rules. Things are supposed to be shared with the other side before they're presented. So this is a little bit last minute, but they're being shown some documents they should have been given before. But anyway, that's the slight delay. Sorry. You can proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Corbett, where we left off from the last time you testified, we had discussed the location information in July of 2014 for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Is that about right?
That's correct, yes.
Did further analysis of those phone records for all the parties involved in this case provide additional information about potential prior trips to Tallahassee from Miami?
Yes, it did.
And what was that additional information based on?
Mr. Rivera's phone records showed that there was a trip from Miami to Tallahassee in June of 2014.
And again, in preparation for explaining or showing the phone records that you relied on in this case, did you prepare demonstrative showing on a map the location of the cell phone data that was introduced previously?
Yes, I did.
And would that assist the jury in visually understanding the dates and times and locations about the communication events you're going to testify about today?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. May I use the demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
If you could start by showing us the phone records that we relied upon for your statement that there was a trip in June by Mr. Rivera's handset.
Yes, again, going back to the call detail records and that section of the records that gives us the location information, we're simply able to take those cell sites and plot those on the map to get an idea of dates and times and travel. And what we saw was that, again, looking at the kind of the chronology of the cell sites that were utilized here, we can see a travel from Miami north to the Tallahassee area, arriving in Tallahassee sometime a little after noon on June 4th.
And are these records in blue only for Rivera?
That is correct.
As we see this path going up towards Tallahassee on June 4th, do we also see from Rivera's phone records a return trip down to Miami on another date?
Yes, we do. We see that on June 5th in the afternoon. We start seeing cell sites utilized that would indicate travel away from Tallahassee and south back towards the Miami area.
Can you explain to us why it is that we do not have any, or whether we do have any records for Sigfredo Garcia for the same time?
Objection to hearsay response, calls for a hearsay response.
Overruled.
Yes, actually, I can't answer the question. We do not have records with location information for Mr. Garcia for this time frame. We do have records, and we are able to see some activity and things like that with the phone, but we do not have locations. And we made many requests of the phone company that's powered or that provided for that phone number, and we were never able to obtain those records. They were in the process. It was a Metro PCS.
Overruled.
Response.
Overruled.
Metro PCS was in the process of being taken over by T-Mobile. We served legal demands on both companies and obtained results from both of them, and neither had that location information that we were looking for this June trip.
And was that a broader period of time that they didn't have any location information, or just June 4th and 5th?
It was a broader period of time, yes.
And Mayor Pro Honor, I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as States Exhibit 93. Do you recognize that map?
I do.
And does that accurately summarize the location information for Luis Rivera's handset going from Miami to Tallahassee on June 4th, 2014?
Yes, it does.
I'm also showing you States Exhibit 94. Does this map accurately reflect the location information from Luis Rivera's handset on June 5th, returning from Tallahassee, going from Tallahassee to Miami?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer into evidence what's been pre-noticed as a summary, States Exhibits 93 and 94.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's a substantial demonstrative. I was going through it.
No, it's just.
That's not, yeah.
No,
What we're talking about.
no objection to those documents from Mr. Garcia. Objection.
All right, 93 and 94 will be admitted.
Despite the lack of location information for Mr. Garcia's handset for this time period, did law enforcement develop any other information indicating that Mr. Rivera did not take this trip to Tallahassee alone?
Yes.
What type of information?
I believe there was some witness information that indicated the two were together.
Objection, Judge. Calls for hearsay.
Would I go into substance of what a witness said, please, sir?
Absolutely.
Your Honor,
Look,
we have to move for a Richardson here.
Oh,
Who, for what?
A Richardson here.
On what
In
he
review of
just
the
said?
documents,
On what documents you talking about?
the ones that we were just handed.
Yes, Judge, I'm gonna join in on that request.
All right, deny the request. Move on.
did you locate a rental vehicle or a rental car agreement that appeared to indicate Mr. Garcia attended this June trip?
Yes, we did.
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Ask your question again, Bill, and answer it for me.
Yes, sir. Did law enforcement recover a rental agreement from Comfort Rental Car from June of 2014?
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Yes, we did.
And can we look at the information in detail on that Comfort Rental Car agreement? And for the
What
record,
is the question?
I'm sorry, for the record, this is in evidence as State's Exhibit 89.
Yep.
That rental agreement, was it dated on June 2nd, 2014?
Yes, it was.
And, yeah, if you could go back one, please.
Sorry.
It's okay. So it's for Comfort Rental Car, and were you able to ascertain the location of the Comfort Rental Car company based on the contract?
Yes, the contract has an address and a contact number for them.
And if you could go to the next slide, did it also have the time indicating at what time it was rented?
Well, we have the time that it was due in, and it was a 3-day rental.
And it was due in on June 5th, 2014 at 8:50 PM,
That's correct.
which would have meant it was rented June 2nd at 8:50 PM.
Correct.
Okay, do you have the vehicle information from that contract that's in evidence?
We do. It was a silver Nissan Altima.
Now, anywhere, have you reviewed that rental contract from Comfort?
Yes,
On anywhere on that contract, did Luis Rivera's name appear?
it did not.
Is there any phone evidence or communication records in this case that would shed light on how this rental vehicle was picked up from Comfort Rental Car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And whose communication records did that information come from?
Well, we looked at Ms. Magbanua's records around the time of that rental would have been picked up, and her records do have location information. So we looked at those and what possible locations her handset may have been in.
And these records that you're showing us on the slide are all come directly from the Katherine Magbanua phone records that we showed the disc the other day and is in evidence in this case.
That's correct.
Were you able to plot those locations for the date of the rental on June 2nd, 2014 for Ms. Magbanua?
We were.
And what did it reveal?
What we see, again, just looking at merely the cell sites that were communicated with, they will be consistent with some travel west and towards the area of the Comfort Rent-A-Car.
So you have indicated up here some different times, 8:25 PM to the far right. Was that event consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time?
It would be, yes.
And then I see a red dot for 8:34. Is that another event?
Yes, it is.
And then finally, from 8:53 PM to 8:58 PM, her handset is communicating with the tower consistent with Comfort Rental Car.
It is, yes. We look at the actual sector that was utilized versus the location of the rental car company.
And was the time that Katherine Magbanua's handset was communicating with that tower consistent with Comfort Rental Car? Is that consistent with the time, the 8:50 PM time of the rental contract?
It is, yes.
Were you able to look at who specifically Ms. Magbanua was communicating with during this time period?
Yes. Again, going back to the call detail records, it's fairly easy for us to identify known phone numbers and then simply replace those known phone numbers with names so that it makes a little more sense for us
So
as we're
before you
looking
move-
at stuff.
Go back, please.
I'm sorry.
I want you to go to the, so again, these records that we're looking at here come directly from the CD and evidence of her records,
That's correct.
right? And, okay, so were you able to make it a little more readable for the jury?
Yes.
And can you show us that demonstrative, please? So what time frame of events are we looking at here?
Again, we're still looking in this 8:25 PM to 10:01 PM timeframe for any activity that was in the records.
One of the previous location slides showed Magbanua's handset, leaving the area of her residence around 8:25 and getting to the comfort rental area around 8:53 PM. During that time, so 8:25 to 8:54, were there any communications between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia?
There was just at the 10 o'clock timeframe.
That's not the time frame. Yeah,
Yes, I'm sorry. If you're asking specifically during the travel time, no.
no. Would that be consistent with them being together?
It could be.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was one of the events that Katherine Magbanua had on her phone during the time period consistent with comfort rental car, a communication with Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Which one?
The 9:17 call is a little over 25-minute phone call.
Wait, is there one before that?
Oh, I'm sorry. The 8:57 is Mr. Adelson attempting to reach Ms. Magbanua. Yes.
Okay. And then is there another phone call involving Mr. Adelson?
Yes, at 9:17.
And how long was that call?
Just over 25 minutes.
Do you have location and, well, strike that. Do you have location information for the event with Charlie Adelson for the 25-minute phone call?
We do.
And what is, can you show us a demonstrative of that on the map?
Yes. And these are the remainder of the events in the records that have locations. And again, will be consistent with travel back towards the east.
So while traveling east, that's when we have her on the, or her handset communicating with Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
So we've just looked at Ms. Magbanua's whereabouts. Where during this time frame of the comfort rental was Luis Rivera?
For the events that we have in this time frame, he is communicating with two cell sites that are in close proximity to his residence.
Are the cell sites that Mr. Rivera's handset is communicating with during the time frame of the rental car, is that consistent with comfort rental?
It is not.
Was law enforcement able to gather any other evidence tending to show who rented the June 2nd, 2014 vehicle?
Your Honor, with what's contained in the next two slides, that is what we are moving for Richardson hearing for. If we could approach sidebar.
Go ahead.
Can you take me back to where we last were with the location of Rivera's handset? Okay. Now can you skip the next two slides and go to the next rental agreement from Comfort Rental Car, showing that contract? Okay. We discussed the June 2nd rental. Did law enforcement also get us another rental agreement from Comfort Rental Car?
Yes, we did.
And that, what was the date on that rental?
The date out for that was June 3rd.
And it was a different vehicle indicated than the one from June 2nd.
That's correct. The Nissan Altima was replaced with a Hyundai Sonata.
Objection, Judge. He's making a legal conclusion that the car was replaced. There's no evidence.
Right. Yep. We're not going to get into speaking objections, Mr. Singh. I overrule the objection.
And on that June 3rd contract for the Hyundai Sonata, was Mr. Rivera's name anywhere on that contract if you've reviewed it?
It was not.
Tell me a little more about the travel based on Mr. Rivera's phone records on June 4th, 2014. If you could show me a map of that.
Again, we see the use of cell sites that will be consistent with travel from Miami towards Tallahassee.
And did law enforcement discover a traffic citation that was issued to Mr. or to anyone in this case?
Yeah.
That's what we were skipping over.
This is different, Judge.
Oh, this is the one in Gainesville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. And this traffic citation was on what date?
This traffic citation was issued June 4th at 9:12 a.m.
to a Mr. Rivera?
That's correct.
And did that ticket provide location information that you could use to compare with the location of Mr. Rivera's handset traveling from Miami to Tallahassee?
It did. The citation indicates it was issued on I-75 northbound at the 374 mile marker.
Can you show us where that lays in the path of travel?
I can.
Excuse me. Do you have oh, you did the post up, thank you. Okay, and then can you show us where that traffic citation was issued in relation to the remainder of the trip up to Tallahassee? Where did,
Has he answered the question?
I'm sorry.
Yes, here again, we see the location of the traffic citation and the time that it was issued falls in between cell sites that were utilized. So chronologically, it fits in there. And then we see the continued travel to Tallahassee.
Once the handset makes its way to Tallahassee, can you tell, based on the location information from the records and evidence, where it goes?
The handset communicates or has a lot of events that are communicating with a cell site that would be consistent with the Budget Inn hotel.
And do you have a time of arrival in Tallahassee based on the data?
I believe that first use of that cell site was about 12:38 p.m. on the 4th.
What, if anything, do the phone records tell you about this handset's activities upon arrival in Tallahassee at the Budget Inn?
Only that it spent a significant amount of time there relative to the time it was here in town.
And why do you say you can tell that it spent a significant amount of time at the Budget Inn? Why is that?
That's overstating what he said, Ms. Norris. Let's not mistake what an expert is saying, please.
Yes, sir. What did you learn about the handset in relation to Budget Inn?
In the time frame between the 12:38 p.m. event on June 4th and 11:20 a.m. on June 5th, there were a number of events, over 180 events that communicated with this cell site. And again, that will be consistent with servicing the Budget Inn. There were other events and other activities, but there were a significant number here on this particular cell site.
Was there any other information you had to indicate the location of the Comfort rental car in relation to the Budget Inn?
We did. The Comfort rental car was equipped with a tracking device that provided location information on a periodic basis. And that location information for the morning of June 5th shows it consistent with the parking lot of the Budget Inn.
Was there any activity with Mr. Rivera's handset nearby or anywhere near 2116 Trescott Drive, Dan Markel's residence?
Yes, we did see events in the afternoon beginning at about 12:30, a little after 12:30 that went through 325 that were communicating with the cell site and sector that would be consistent with the area around Mr. Markel's residence.
Any additional evidence other than phone records that are consistent with the Trescott Drive address?
Yes, again, we had the rental GPS location, which is also consistent with that area. And we can see that that area is actually a park here.
Is that Winthrop Park?
I believe it is, yes.
Now, from Mr. Rivera's records, could you tell whether, or strike that, were there any communications around this time, meaning 3:17, 3:20 p.m., with either Sigfredo Garcia or Luis Rivera and Comfort rental car?
There was, yes. And again, not having location information for Mr. Garcia's records, we still were able to see events. We see that there was an incoming phone call at 3:24 from Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And this line item here is directly from Mr. Garcia's phone records, which are in evidence?
That's correct.
After the call, did that call appear to connect, or do you know the answer?
21 seconds. It's difficult to say for sure if it connected or what kind of communication there was for such a short call.
After that phone call, what do the Mr. Rivera's records indicate about his handset's movements?
Shortly thereafter, we have the 325 event that was still consistent with Trescott Drive. And then our next events are showing travel away from Tallahassee and back towards Miami.
Did you get for this trip back down to Miami any more of that GPS information from Comfort?
We did. There was an additional location at 5:38 p.m. And again, falls in chronologically with our cell site usage.
And then what time does Rivera's handset arrive back in Miami?
They reached the Miami area in just after midnight.
Objection as to classification of day, Judge. He's speculating.
Overruled.
You said just after midnight on what date?
Sorry, it would have been the morning of June 6th.
Were there any records of communication between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia during this time frame, July 4th through July 6th, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor. Classification of communication between people versus handsets.
Clarify that, please.
Yes, sir. Were there any communications between Katherine Magbanua's handset and Sigfredo Garcia's handset during the June 4th through 6th time period?
Yes, there was.
Now, once, strike that. Did you examine the phone records for any locations of interest in Miami upon the return on June 6, 2014?
Yes, again, for the morning of June 6th, we had the rental location or the location for the rental vehicle. And we see that that is in relative close proximity to Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And the GPS is the green and the residence is yellow?
That's correct.
Do you know at the time that the GPS is pinging on June 6th at 8:48 a.m. Where Mr. Rivera's handset is located?
We only have events 7:30 and 9:43, so not exactly in the time frame of that GPS location, but both of those events are consistent with his residence.
Objection, misleading the jury as to Rivera's residence.
Overruled.
Okay, so the rental car on June 6th pings around 9 a.m. Later on that same day, were we able to examine the communication records for Katherine Magbanua's handset the evening after the GPS shows the vehicle at that location?
That was so convoluted, Ms. Norris. Let's ask a simple question, please.
Yes, sir.
Somebody might understand.
Did you examine Katherine Magbanua's phone records the evening of June 6th?
Yes, I did.
And what do they show?
Again, just looking at the cell sites that were utilized and the times, they will be consistent with travel towards the area where Comfort Rent-A-Car was located.
What time frame are we talking about for communication? If you could go back just briefly, I'm sorry.
This would be beginning about 4:30 in the afternoon.
And chronologically, if we're looking at this demonstrative mapping the location, would we start right to left?
We would, yes.
And then do you have a close-up of the events consistent with Comfort Rental Car for Katherine's handset?
Yes.
During the this 5:15, 5:20 time period, do we have location information for Luis Rivera's handset?
We do.
And what does it demonstrate?
Again, communication with a cell site that is not in close proximity to the Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Same objection, Your Honor, as to what Rivera's residence is.
Overruled.
What is the next significant phone event that we have chronologically in this case after this June trip?
Well, chronologically, we have the phone call to Harvey Adelson that was one of the things we identified from the comparison to the tower dump records.
And that was
The tower dump.
and if I recall, the significance was that was the one call between Sigfredo Garcia and any of the Adelsons.
That's correct.
Is there any indication that this July 1, 2014 call was forwarded from
Remind us
the,
what the date of this is.
July 1 of 2014?
I think we'll let the witness say.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. This is the afternoon of July 1st of 2014
At what time?
at 5:20.
Is there any indication based on the records that that attempted phone call was forwarded from the Adelson Institute to Harvey Adelson's cellular phone?
There is not in the records. What we see here, there's actually, this is from the Mr. Adelson's raw call detail records. And there's really 3 events that comprise this one phone call. And what we see initially, and hopefully you guys can see, this is Mr. Garcia's number incoming to Mr. Adelson. This indicates here that it is a non-AT&T cell phone calling an AT&T cell phone. That's what the little m to the big M. And then the VMC indicates voicemail, that call was routed to voicemail, Mr. Adelson's voicemail. The next 2 events are showing that routing to the voicemail. So I have no indication that that call came from any place other than Mr. Garcia's handset.
Do the phone records we've been discussing for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera indicate a possible second trip of these 2 handsets?
Yes.
And when did that?
I'm not objecting to the classification of 2 headsets.
But we don't quit doing speaking objections, Mr. Sanganet.
As far as misstating the facts.
Overruled.
Did you answer? I couldn't hear.
That may be kind of legalese to y'all. When an attorney makes an objection, what they're supposed to do is state a legal objection to the question, not make an argument in front of the jury. That's not appropriate to make their argument in front of the juries. That's what I'm talking about. We're not supposed to have speaking objections. So you understand what's going on.
I'm going to repeat my last question. Did you find evidence of the handsets going from Miami to Tallahassee again?
Yes, we did.
During what time period?
That was leaving Miami June 16th and returning the evening of the 18th.
Now, what records was that based on? Did you say June? Just now?
I believe that I did. Well, I was just thinking, I certainly meant July.
Whose records was that based on?
Those were based on both Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's records.
So now they do have location information for July of 2014 for Mr. Garcia's handset?
We do, yes.
Other than the phone records, was law enforcement able to gather other pieces of evidence to corroborate this second trip in July?
Yes, there were other things, again, rental contract, witnesses, GPS vehicle location information, other pieces of evidence that we use to compare with the cell phone records to see how those aligned.
You mentioned a rental car. Was another vehicle rented in
Yes.
July 2014?
Yes.
Is there anything that you were prompted to do based on your knowledge of the July car rental?
Well, of course, how the vehicle was rented is a question. Who contacted the rental company, who picked up the rental car. So in looking at the records for that morning that the vehicle was actually rented, we saw in Mr. Garcia's records that fairly early on at 9 o'clock in the morning, he makes an outgoing call to the Comfort Rent-A-Car, which was the rental company from the June trip. We see later on in the afternoon, there's a call to the Hybrid or Save Gas, and that was the rental company that the second vehicle was ultimately rented from.
So did that, knowing that this vehicle was rented from Hybrid, did that prompt you to look at different communication records as to what led up to the rental?
We did, and you can see some of the events here prior to the call, the first call to the rental company. But we also look back to the previous evening to see what communications there were between any of our involved parties.
So these are the records from July 14th up until the early morning hours of July 15th.
That's correct. They run the late evening hours of the 14th into the early morning of the 15th.
And what date was the second car rented?
It was rented on the 15th.
Do we have any information based on Charlie Adelson's phone records and other evidence of this case about Charlie Adelson's activities this evening of July 14th?
Yes. I believe that he and Ms. Magbanua met that
Objection,
evening.
speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I did. I believe that they met that evening. The location information for Mr. Adelson's handset, as well as communication from his iCloud account, was consistent with going to dinner that evening.
And you're, okay, strike that. Does the location information for Charles Adelson also showing, strike that, excuse me. Does Charlie Adelson's phone records show him at his residence and then going to Katherine Magbanua's residence with, or his handset?
Yes.
And based on Charlie Adelson's records, where does he appear to be by 1 a.m. on July 15th, 2014?
He has departed the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
For these events on July 15th at 12:48 a.m., going through the last event that's shown here at 1:56 a.m., where's the location of her handset?
Her handset at this time frame would be consistent with her residence.
This 1:56 a.m. call, who is that between and in which direction?
That is Ms. Magbanua calling Mr. Garcia.
What's the duration of that call?
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
And then can you show us the next slide with Mr. Garcia's call records? But 9:09 a.m. call to comfort. The next rental car call was at what time?
It was at 4:28 p.m.
After the call from Mr. Garcia to save gas, how would you describe the frequency of communication between Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
They did exchange at least a few communications, either voice calls or text messages, both before and after.
And then did we have in evidence the hybrid rental for this July trip?
Yes.
Based on that rental agreement, were you able to ascertain the location of the hybrid rental car company?
Yes. Hybrid Rent-A-Car has a Biscayne Boulevard address, which we'll see in just a second.
And, sorry. And next, did you find a number associated with Sigfredo Garcia on the contract rented by Mr. Rivera?
Yes, at the top of the contract, written in is the indication of brother, and that is Mr. Garcia's number.
And the type of vehicle rented, could show that. That's also directly from the hybrid rental agreement?
That's correct.
Were you able to put the location of the hybrid rental company on a map so that we can see the locations of Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera respectively during the time frame of the rental?
Yes.
And what does it show?
We see that at the approximate time of the car rental, both handsets are communicating with cell sites and sectors that, again, will be consistent with servicing the rental car agency.
I want to ask you about Ms. Magbanua's call activity after this rental time period. At the time the Prius is being rented from Save Gas, who is Katherine Magbanua's handset communicating with?
Well, just after the rental, 6:29, there was a call from Mr. Adelson. And this summary here is just the communications between Ms. Magbanua, Mr. Garcia, and Mr. Adelson for this particular summary. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So from the exact raw records, you've just narrowed it down, excerpts from those records, is that right?
That's correct.
we see some communications here between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Does there come a time where those communications cease?
They do. The 9:30 call from Mr. Garcia, it concludes that back and forth calling for these two handsets that evening.
And what we're looking at here is an approximately 3-hour period
Yes.
of call activity.
Let's take a short break. We'll take 10 minutes. We'll stay in session. Be seated. So we figured out the discovery status of the ticket. Is there, let's give it a number. Is there a number for this asserted new traffic ticket?
The exhibit number?
Yes.
122.
Okay. So if we decided where we stand on discovery.
Your Honor, my understanding, we did provide the DHSMV certified records for Mr. Garcia in this case, which included this citation, number A20B-1NE. The actual UTC picture itself, I do not believe was discovered, or we can't find it.
So when did we provide the driving records?
June 11th of 2019.
But it did not include the ticket in the State's Exhibit 122. If Ms. Kappelman did the discovery, why don't we hear from Ms. Kappelman instead of her relaying you messages?
I don't really know all the answers to Your Honor's questions yet, but the
All right, well,
discovery.
we'll let you continue, research it.
Okay.
We'll be here.
Like this. See, so you can see the.
Did you also have access to the Sperian GPS location information for the Prius rental car?
Yes, we did.
And based on the GPS for the Prius, where does the Prius appear to be during the same time frame we've been discussing?
We do have a location for the Prius at 10:25 p.m. here on the evening of the 15th, and it would appear to be in the parking lot of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
I want to now turn to July 16th of 2014. What do Mr. Garcia's phone records and Mr. Rivera's phone records tell us about the movements of their handsets?
Well, looking at both handsets, Mr. Garcia's being in orange and Mr. Rivera's being in blue, we again see the use of cell sites in a kind of a chronological order here that would be consistent with travel leaving Miami.
And that begins at what time on the 16th?
It begins a little just after noon.
Did you also have access to the SunPass toll records or transponder records in this case?
Yes.
And did you gather any information from the SunPass toll records?
Yes, there was a westbound toll transaction at 2:18 p.m. And again, looking at the cell sites in use and the times, that would be consistent with traveling through the toll plaza at that time.
Can you show an overview of the remaining direction of travel after passing through that SunPass toll booth?
Yes.
Okay, walk us through that, please.
So again, travel continues west as we saw previously, north along the 75 corridor and into Tallahassee.
For this trip beginning in Miami and heading to Tallahassee, do we have any additional GPS information for the Prius rental car?
Yes, we have another location at 11:26 p.m. And again, looking at the cell sites and the time of the GPS location, they would appear consistent.
You kind of trailed off on me. It's 11:26 p.m. What?
Yes, sir. The rental location was at 11:26 p.m. the evening of the 16th. And comparing that to the cell site locations and times, that GPS location will be consistent with the travel of the handsets.
And what highway or interstate is that GPS ping located on?
The GPS ping is located on I-10.
Can you tell from the records what time these two handsets arrive in Tallahassee?
Just after midnight, the morning of the 17th.
Is there any particular location that the handsets appear to be consistent with upon their arrival in Tallahassee around 1 a.m. on July 17th?
Again, as before, Mr. Rivera's handset is communicating with the cell site that will be consistent with servicing the area of the budget in.
Did law enforcement in this case gather any evidence from the budget inn?
We did, yes.
And what was that?
That was an actual registration for a hotel room.
Now that budget inn location that the handsets are consistent with upon arrival in Tallahassee, is that the same budget inn we discussed from Mr. Rivera's phone records in June 2014?
Yes, it is.
So now let's talk about July 17th, 2014. What day was this in relation to Mr. Markel's murder?
The day before.
And do either Garcia or Rivera have any events the morning of July 17th, 2014?
Yes, Mr. Rivera's handset has more events, and the events in that morning are again consistent with the budget in.
Are there any time periods on July 17th, 2014 that either Mr. Garcia or Mr. Rivera's, God bless you, handsets are consistent with the Dan Markel's residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, again, looking at the cell site and sector that would service the area of his residence, we see that Mr. Rivera has events at 11:47, 11:58 timeframe, and then again a couple of hours later.
Does Mr. Garcia have any events consistent with Trescott Drive?
Yes, and in this time frame, we see Mr. Rivera's events 2:30, 2:45. Mr. Garcia has an event at 2:30. Again, communicating with a cell site and sector, not the same one as their different carriers, but both of those cell sites are located pretty close together there.
Do you know where the handsets appear to go later on that evening, the evening of July 17th, 2014?
Well, we see a number of events that would be consistent with North Monroe Street here in Tallahassee.
Did you just say North Monroe Street, Tallahassee?
I did.
Any specific motel or hotel?
Yes, we also had a ledger from the Roadway Inn that provided some information on where they may have been staying that evening.
Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that while he and Mr. Garcia were on Trescott on July 17th, 2014, that Mr. Garcia had pointed out a woman to him that he claimed was Wendy Adelson?
I am familiar with that, yes.
Did you review Wendy Adelson's phone records and the location information for her events to determine if it's possible her phone was at that location at that time?
I did, yes.
And is it possible?
Possible. I would say unlikely, but possible. She is returning from the area of her work and traveling to her home, and she does travel that way. The timing would be awfully tight.
Are there any records of communications between Katherine Magbanua's handset and Sigfredo Garcia's handset the day before the murder, this day on July 17th, 2014?
Yes, there are.
And now I want to move to July 18th, 2014. This is the murder day,
Yes.
right? Where do Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's handsets appear to be the morning of July 18?
Mr. Garcia's handset doesn't have locations until a little later on in the morning, but Mr. Rivera's first events are again consistent with the roadway in.
Then, do we have any other evidence of the location of the Prius on that morning?
We do. From the surveillance video, we see the approximate arrival time of the Prius to Premier Health and Fitness at around 9:16 a.m. that morning.
And these are from the videos from Premier Gem that were introduced in evidence in this case?
That's correct.
So on this slide, what are you demonstrating?
Again, just the arrival time of the Prius to the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
At 9:16 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Are Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's handsets consistent with the tower which services the Premier Gym on the 18th of July, 2014?
Yes, and again, this is the same information that we received initially from the tower dump and looked at, and those handsets are communicating with the cell sites and sectors that will be consistent with Premier at around the time the Prius rental is there.
Any information about what time the Prius may have left Premier Gym?
Again, from the video, we can see the time that Mr. Markel departs, 10:38 a.m. The Prius departs immediately after, again, 10:38 a.m.
Are you aware of bus video surveillance in this case?
I am, yes.
So after and to your knowledge, did that bus video, surveillance video come before or after this 10:38 departure from Premier Gym on July 18th?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as being repetitive. Sergeant Corbett has testified at length with regards to this evidence during his first time up. The government is just reiterating the same information over and over again.
Let's not go over things we've already gone over, Ms. Norris.
Yes.
Honestly, can't remember for sure everything that has been gone over, but some of this has certainly been covered.
Yes, sir. What is the last event for Sigfredo Garcia that we have with location information on July 18th after this 10:30 a.m. photograph?
I'm sorry, the last event? So we have events here 9:36 and 9:58. We don't have location information again until just after 12:30, and it's sporadic throughout the evening, into the evening hours of the 18th.
That's my question. The last events we have are around between 9 and 10 a.m. When is the next event that we have for Sigfredo Garcia?
The next event that we have, and we look in the phone records, we see is we have a couple of incoming notifications, outgoing notifications here, and then an outgoing call to Ms. Magbanua.
And that is the first call from that handset.
Yes,
Did that call connect?
it did.
And is there any indication it went to voicemail?
There is no indication it went to voicemail. In looking at Ms. Magbanua's records, there's no indication there that the call was routed to voicemail. Relatively short duration, but no indicators of voicemail.
And do the phone records indicate anything about the status of the phone from that last event to the 12:30 call to Ms. Magbanua?
We see two events that come in just after 12 that T-Mobile tells us were call forwarded. Those were routed to voicemail. They were not answered. They do not have location information. So it would be consistent with a number of scenarios, but ultimately the handset was unreachable, appeared to be unreachable in that time frame.
Could that be because it was powered down?
It could be, yes.
Objection. Also speculation.
Overruled.
Where was the location of that 12:30 call to, where was the location of Mr. Garcia's handset at the time of that 12:30 call to Ms. Magbanua?
The 12:30 call occurs, we consistent with travel in the Alachua County area.
Can you zoom in? Okay. Did you compare the number of communication events for these two handsets going from Miami to Tallahassee compared to going Tallahassee down to Miami?
Yes.
And was there a difference between the frequency of communication?
There was, and while I did not look at the exact numbers of communication, it was relatively easy to see just in looking at the number of cell sites that there were fewer communications on the return trip than there were on the trip up.
Did you have any additional toll information to show us where on the trip back to Miami the toll records were?
Yes, again, there was a toll transaction at 5:23 p.m. Eastbound in this case, and looking at the cell sites utilized, even though there are not as many, would still be consistent with passing through the toll plaza at about that time.
Was there any evidence in this case of what, any activities of Mr. Garcia or Mr. Rivera upon return to Miami?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer into evidence what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 144. These are the bank records for Mr. Luis Rivera with a certified business record certification of authenticity.
The objection.
No, Judge.
No objection.
To be admitted.
Permission to publish excerpts, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you show us the excerpts from Mr. Rivera's banking records, which shed insight into his activities upon arrival back in Miami on July 18th?
Yes, there were a number of transactions, the one in particular that, or two in particular, one primarily that was of interest was an ATM withdrawal with the Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines address. And again, that was a location that we would want to compare with the phone records to see if it was consistent.
And can you go to the next slide?
Yes,
These are also contained in the CD of Mr. Rivera's bank records, is that right?
yes,
The highlighted ATM withdrawal, is that the one at Pembroke Pines in Miami?
it is, yes. The one document gives us the address of the transaction, and this one gives us the time so that we have something to compare with the phone records.
Is there, based on the bank records, a debit card use at a Big Daddy's on that date?
Yes, there is.
At what time?
9:15 p.m.
Based on the information from the bank records, were you able to determine, obviously you said the address, could you put that address on a map to see where the handsets were in relation to that particular ATM machine?
Yes, again, comparing any known locations and times that we have with the phone records, we can see that the Chase ATM is located here, would be consistent with the path of travel for the handsets. And if we look in more detail at the sectors being utilized, again, will be consistent with the handsets being at or near the bank.
And not to rehash, but is this the ATM from which we received the following 3 photographs that are already in evidence?
It is, yes.
If you could just click through those quickly. What do the handsets tell us about their location after this ATM transaction?
In essence, after the ATM transactions, they returned to the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Matt?
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize that map?
I do, yes.
And does that map accurately summarize the handsets movements from Miami to Tallahassee in July 2014 on the dates we've been discussing?
It does, yes.
I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 96 for identification. Do you recognize that map?
I do, yes.
And does that map accurately summarize the communications for these 2 handsets going from Tallahassee back to Miami on July 2014?
It does.
All right, this time I'd offer an evidence State's Exhibits 95 and 96 pursuant to our notice and summary.
So objection.
No, Judge.
No objection.
95 and 96 will be admitted.
Now I want to expand our testimony. You were talking about mostly Mr. Garcia, Mr. Rivera, and sometimes Ms. Magbanua's handsets. Did you also look at activity amongst other people in this case?
We did, yes.
Okay. And did you look at that particular activity the night before the murder, through the murder to the day after?
Yes.
I gotta have one moment. Before we go into that, is there ever a time that Katherine Magbanua's handset calls the number 305-934-6615 in July of 2014?
Yes, there is.
And on what date does she call that 305 number?
I believe it's the evening of the 17th.
So the night before the murder.
That's correct.
Is there any other time that Katherine Magbanua's handset calls that particular phone number, 305-934-6615?
In June of 2014.
And do you recall exactly on what date?
I believe June 4th. I can actually pull that up if I need to be specific on times.
You believe it's June 4th?
I believe.
Okay. Does this slide up here show us from the call records themselves, the communications amongst the parties of interest?
It does, yes.
And this is from July 18th at approximately 12:01 a.m. until July 18th at 12:30 p.m.?
That's correct.
And can you remind the jury, I think you previously testified about this, but from this 12 a.m. to 12:23, 12 a.m. time period, I didn't say that right, 12:01, 12:07 time period, where Rivera and Garcia's handsets are located?
In this time frame, they would have been consistent with the Roadway Inn, the motel on North Monroe Street.
And that's the motel they stayed at the second night.
That's correct.
Okay. So at 12:01, can you just walk me through the communications here?
Yes, I can. 12:01, we see a call from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Garcia, 1:12. Mr. Adelson calls Ms. Magbanua at 12:07 a.m., 3:42. And there's another call from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Adelson, 12:34. 1:02 a.m., there's an attempted call from Charlie Adelson to his mother, Donald Adelson. No duration for that call. 1:03, he calls Ms. Magbanua for over 20 minutes.
And that's the conclusion of the calls for the evening of the 18th, even though it's technically, I meant the evening of the 17th, it's technically the morning hours, but.
Yes, we began after midnight, the morning of the 18th.
Okay. So what is the next call we have at 8:09 a.m.?
Would be Wendy Adelson calling her mother, Donna Adelson.
And then go on, please.
There's at 9:12, Charlie Adelson calls Wendy Adelson. At 9:19, Wendy Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. It's an 18-minute phone call. 9:38, Charlie Adelson calls Donna Adelson, 30-second duration.
Let me interrupt you briefly. Between the 9:19 a.m. call from Wendy Adelson, to Charles Adelson, it's approximately 18 minutes, to the time at 9:38 a.m. that Charlie Adelson contacts Donna Adelson. Where's the location of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera's handsets?
In this time frame, they would be consistent with the Premier Health and Fitness Center.
Okay. So going back to the 9:38.
9:38 is a call from Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. 9:57, Charlie Adelson to Ms. Magbanua. 9:58, Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Adelson. And again, another return call from Mr. Adelson to Ms. Magbanua, a little over 7 minutes. 10:06, sorry.
No, you're okay. It's the last one.
10:06 a.m., Charlie Adelson again calls Wendy Adelson.
And then the last three calls at 10:07, 10:08, and 10:09 are between Magbanua and Charlie Adelson's handsets.
That's correct.
And what does the red line up here represent?
That would be the time frame in which Mr. Markel was shot.
Then the following communications are at 11:06 and 11:02, calls between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
Is that followed by communications between Mr. Adelson and Katherine Magbanua?
Yes,
And the last one is the communication from, is that the 12:30 call from Mr. Garcia to Katherine Magbanua on the way down to Miami?
yes, it is.
Miami. Okay. Going back to July 18th, can you tell us what Sigfredo Garcia, Katherine Magbanua, and Luis Rivera's handsets are doing that evening? This is after the ATM video we just.
Yes, I would.
looked at.
I would like to clarify, and I apologize, it was not part of my presentation. The phone calls that you asked about to the 305-6615 phone number, those actually, the previous one was June 5th, not June 4th. That was at 10:59 p.m. on June 5th. And then there were two attempts on July 17th of 2014 at 11:40 and 11:41 from Ms. Magbanua to the 305 number that you mentioned.
And when you said, I couldn't quite hear you, on the July 17th, there were two calls at 11:40 and 11:41. Is that AM or PM?
That was PM.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, I want to go back to where we left off with the ATM and the banking transactions for Mr. Rivera. Where do Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's handsets appear to go after that ATM transaction?
Again, they would appear to be consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Does Ms. Magbanua have any communication events around that time?
She does.
What you're showing here are these, the events that we have from 7:10 p.m. to 8:40 p.m.?
Yes, again, looking in the records for activity or activity with locations, we see that there are phone calls here beginning at 7:10 and a few running through about 8:40 p.m. This would be the evening of July 18th of 2014.
Do you have, can you show us the location information for those particular events from 7:10 to 8:40?
Yes, and again, for all of those events, she would be consistent with communicating with the cell site that would be near her residence.
What is her next series of events after the 8:40 p.m. event?
So we see events at 9:20, 9:22, and 9:42. And again, those are calls between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. The 9:20 and 9:22, and then the 9:42 would be Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Adelson.
Do you similarly have maps showing the location for the events from, 9:20 to 9:42?
Yes, and what we see here is now the handset for those first two events, which one starts at 9:20, there to 9:22, ends at 9:23, are all on the cell site here, which would be indicate some movement away from the area of her residence. And then the 9:42 event would be consistent with the cell site closer to Mr. Rivera's residence.
And I see you have Magbanua handset location in the red for the 9:42 event. You mentioned that was consistent with the Rivera residence. Are the other events for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera at that same time frame also consistent with the tower servicing Luis Rivera's home?
Yes, they are. We looked at the kind of final event here between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia's at 9:46 p.m. The last attempted communication between them that evening. For that 9:46 event, and looking more particularly at the cell site and sector utilized, we would say that it will be consistent again with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence. And looking at their locations represented in the blue and the orange, also communicating with cell sites and sectors that will be consistent with that general area.
So at the time, would you say that the cell sites Ms. Magbanua's handset is using are consistent with the locations of the cell sites that Mr. Garcia is using?
They would be, yes.
And once they become being consistent, that's when communication between them ceases?
That's correct.
Does Ms. Magbanua's handset have any more events with location information while she's in the area of Rivera's residence?
Well, we have two more events that evening with location information, a 10:12 phone call and a 10:20 phone call, one being incoming from Mr. Adelson and one outgoing to him. For those two events, her handset is still communicating with the same cell site and sector we saw for that 9:46 event.
And those are both communications between Magbanua and Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
What other information do we have about communications or attempted communications between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia after that 1020 event between Magbanua and Mr. Adelson?
Well, after the 1020 event, the next thing that we see in her records would be incoming attempts from Mr. Garcia to reach Ms. Magbanua, and all of those calls indicate they were routed to voicemail. Those are at 3:08, 3:11, and 3:26 a.m.
Okay. So since Mr. Garcia's handset's attempting to contact Ms. Magbanua, can we tell where the handset is at those times? 3:08 a.m., 3:11 a.m., and 3:26 a.m.?
I'm sorry, which handset?
What?
Which handset?
Ms. Magbanua's handset.
We cannot. With that, her phone not being in communication with the network, these calls are not creating location events for us, so we have no way of determining where that handset could be.
What are the last events with location information that we have for Rivera and Garcia the night of July 18th?
We have a number of events that run into the early morning hours, but what we see is that for the 5:10 to 5:12 a.m. events for Mr. Garcia and the kind of similar time frame for Mr. Rivera, it would appear that those two handsets separate at some point.
And Mr. Rivera's handset, would his events be consistent with his residence?
Yes, again, we see this pattern very frequently with these three particular cell sites that are around his residence, his handset utilizing one or more of those.
And Mr. Garcia's handset, is that consistent with Stephanie Carmona residence?
It would be, yes.
These events you did mention were in the morning hours of the 19th, right? We're moving into July 19th?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, let's talk about July 19th now. What kind of call activity was there that Saturday morning, July 19th?
There was a good bit of call activity for about a 47-minute time frame here.
And from these records, did it appear that Magbanua's handset was attempting to contact Garcia's handset via text message and cell phone repeatedly that morning?
Yes, we see events 9:44, 9:44, 9:45, 45, 46, 46, and 46, sorry, where those are all outgoing, almost all calls. The 9:45 would be a text, but outgoing from Ms. Magbanua's handset to Mr. Garcia's handset.
And were any of those communications, as far as the calls, successful? Did they connect?
They did not.
After those unsuccessful attempts to contact Mr. Garcia, who, if anyone, does Ms. Magbanua attempt to contact?
She contacts Anthony Ortiz.
Who in turn does Mr. Ortiz contact?
He attempts to contact Mr. Garcia as well.
Now, during the same time frame, is there anybody else who appears, any other handset that appears to be attempting communication with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Rivera's handset.
After the call from Ms. Magbanua to Anthony Ortiz, does Anthony Ortiz handset make more than one attempt to reach Garcia's handset?
Yes, it does.
At some point, does Anthony Ortiz's handset attempt to reach Luis Rivera?
It does, yes.
And were all the attempts to reach Mr. Garcia by Mr. Ortiz unsuccessful prior to that reaching out to Mr. Rivera?
They were unsuccessful as well, yes.
During this time, did Mr. Garcia or Mr. Rivera also receive calls from the hybrid rental company?
Yes, they did.
At what time?
We see the first here at 10:08 and 10:09 a.m., and then another at 10:10.
At some point, so all the way up until, so from 9:44 a.m. until, sorry. One second. Sorry, I need to write this down. From 9:44 until 10:22, does it appear any of these attempts at Garcia have been successful?
No.
At 10:22, what do the records indicate?
That Ms. Magbanua contacted Mr. Rivera.
How many times?
Well, there's the call at 10:22. She again attempts to contact Mr. Garcia at 10:23, and another outgoing call at 10:23 to Mr. Rivera, and the last at 10:31.
Prior to this call at 10:22 a.m., bless you, 10:22 a.m. from Katherine Magbanua to Luis Rivera, and any of the records that you had you ever seen Ms. Magbanua contact Luis Rivera prior to that 10:22 a.m. call?
I have not.
Is there any, once in the call between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Rivera around the 10:23 timeframe, does that appear to connect and a conversation is had?
The 10:23 call is 1 minute and 25 seconds in duration. I believe that call did connect, yes.
And after that connected call between Magbanua's headset and Luis Rivera's handset, does Ms. Magbanua's handset ever make any more attempts to contact Sigfredo Garcia?
It does not.
I want to break down some of the location information for this particular set of events. Starting with the time frame 9:44 to 10:02. What can you tell me about the location of the parties involved in this kind of exchange of phone calls that Saturday morning?
So again, breaking down chunks of that call activity, we see these events 9:44 through 10:02. The multiple calls between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia, or attempted calls, and the other parties. And for Ms. Magbanua's handset, indicated here in red, we can see that her first event is at 9:44 here and continues communicating with cell sites indicating travel south. And the last event in our time frame here is 10:02, is back again closer to the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. We see his locations in blue, again consistent with the area of his residence.
Now, can you demonstrate in this visual where Charles Adelson's residence is relative to those locations?
Yes, his residence is here.
That's the Whale Harbor location?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, now if you could zoom back out again. So the first event that we have for Ms. Magbanua this Saturday morning, July 19th, that 9:44 a.m., the dot at the very top there.
That's correct.
So we had no location information from 9:44 a.m. back through that last 10:20 phone call at the Rivera location to Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
You mentioned, or we've seen the slide where there's attempted communications from Magbanua's handset to Garcia throughout that time period, 9:44 to 10:02. Do we know what's going on with Sigfredo Garcia's cell records at that time?
We see the event that we looked at for location, the 5:12 a.m. event that had cell site location for Mr. Garcia's handset that showed some separation between him and Mr. Rivera. That was the last event that actually connected in his records. And so for the entire time frame that account was active, there were no other events that ever reached that handset, or no events coming from the handset. And again, those ran through the records. The account finally terminated in August.
What are possible reasons for no events after that 5 a.m. event, the morning of the 19th?
Once again, objection, speculation.
There are a number of reasons that the handset would stop being used. It was physically damaged. The person using it was nowhere near the network and unable to connect. The account became delinquent, or it was powered down.
Would it also be consistent with no longer using a phone?
Yes, it is definitely no longer using the phone.
Next, if we could go to the next series of events for Saturday, July 19th, from 10:04 where we left off in the morning until 10:23 a.m.
Yes, and again, the series of phone calls that we have back and forth between our involved parties here, and we look at the locations for those, and it would appear that Mr. Rivera's handset has moved away from the area of his residence and something more consistent with east.
And Mr. Rivera is in blue.
He is, yes.
So walk me through the beginning when it appears to leave the area of his residence.
Well, we have events just after 10 that communicate with two cell sites here on the opposite sides of the water, the 10:09 event and 10:23 as well. But it would be consistent with looking at the times and the cell sites that handset moved away from his residence and somewhere to the vicinity of Ms. Carmona's residence.
And then where does it go?
Then the next events that we have, 10:23, is again contact or attempted contact between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Rivera. And looking at his handset for those events, we see the 10:23, 10:35. That will be consistent with travel sort of back towards the area of his residence.
After this tower, can you come zoom back out a little bit? So Rivera's handset near his residence goes near Stephanie Carmona's residence and then returns back to his residence.
Correct.
Approximately what time does his handset appear to be communicating with the towers at Stephanie Carmona's house?
Around the 10:23 timeframe.
And remind me, when was the last time any of these parties attempted to contact Sigfredo Garcia?
10:23.
From 10:23 to 10:31 a.m., are all of those events between Katherine Magbanua's handset and Luis Rivera's handset?
These three, there's an additional number that attempts to contact Mr. Rivera, but the two events, 10:23 and 10:31, are between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Rivera.
And her location for those two events is consistent with the Rivera residence.
Objection leading.
State your question again, please.
Are those two events consistent with the Rivera residence, the 10:23?
It's the 10:31 event. The last event is communicating with the same cell site and sector that we saw the previous evening, and just looking at the relationship between Mr. Rivera's residence, the area around his residence, and where that cell site is. And I would say, yes, that handset could be consistent with his residence.
Do we have any events with location information for Katherine Magbanua's handset from 11:32 until 11:22, or approximately 50 minutes?
It's the 10:31 event, which ends at 10:32, and it both begins and ends on that same cell site and sector we looked at. And there's no other events on her handset with any location information until 11:23.
And are there any events between Magbanua's handset and Rivera's handset for that same 50-minute period?
There are not.
Do you have any phone evidence which would tell you whether Sigfredo Garcia was in an area consistent with Rivera's location during that same time?
Again, as his handset was not being utilized, there are no events with location, so we can make no determinations.
What is the next event with location information that we have for Katherine Magbanua?
It's the 11:23 event, and we can see that she's now communicating with a cell site and sector that is one south of the one she was previously using.
Is there any other GPS location information for the Prius since the last time we talked about it?
We do have location information for the Prius, both for, I believe, July 20th and July 21st.
And where is the Prius located based on the GPS on July 20th, 2014?
The Prius GPS is indicated by the green here, and it would appear to be in a street about a block and a half away from Ms. Carmona and Mr. Garcia's residence.
And the second ping on July 21, 2014 is at approximately the same location near Ms. Carmona's residence?
That's correct.
Do you recall what date that vehicle was due back based on the rental agreement?
Well before this, as I recall the exact date, but yes.
Fair enough. And you mentioned that Mr. Garcia's handset was no longer active after that last event on Saturday, July 19th at 5 a.m. What about Luis Rivera's handset?
His handset continued to have events through July 24th, and July 24th, this is UTC time here, this 21:57, 9:57 would subtract 4 hours from that, but that's the last event, or one of the very last events in his records, and this handset is again not used after this point.
What was that time again?
I'm sorry, it was 9:57 in UTC, which would make it
Be what?
5:57, sorry.
AM?
PM, sir, sorry.
May I approach, Your Honor?
But
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification of States Exhibit 97.
Yes.
Is that a summary of the call activity that we just went through between the parties the morning of Saturday, July 19th, 2014?
Yes, it is.
Objection cumulative. I believe that that same document is contained in the other items that the state has already entered in.
let me see the document. Oh, it will be picked.
And now I'm showing you States Exhibit 180. Is this an excerpt from the call records that are in evidence in this case, limiting that data for those phone calls to those between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia on the June 2014 trip?
Yes, it is.
What number did you say?
180, 80?
I thought 180 was the conversation with him this morning.
You're right.
What's that?
You're correct. You're correct.
Do you know the 181?
181 and 182? It's okay. I apologize, Your Honor.
181.
Yes, sir. So 181 is the excerpt of the June calls, June 2014, just between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
And now I'm showing you States Exhibit 182. Is that an accurate excerpt from those voluminous phone records showing just the calls between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia for the July 2014 trip?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time I'd offer them in evidence as States Exhibit 181 and 182.
Objection.
Without objection from Mr. Garcia.
Same objection that I had before, cumulative.
I'll admit 181, 182.
You had mentioned earlier in part of your testimony about location information having reviewed Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That's correct,
Is that
yes.
right? And that was pursuant to a search warrant to Apple for the contents of his iCloud.
Yes, it was.
Briefly, can you explain what type of information is contained in those iCloud contents?
Objection, Judge.
Overruled. Just a generic explanation.
Certainly, there are communication records in there, text messages, iMessage, direct messaging content, location information, call logs, pictures, contacts, pretty much anything that's in your phone can be stored in the backup.
Can be stored in the what?
In the cloud. It's a backup of your phone.
And is the cloud in the cloud?
The cloud is someone else's computer. But yes, the cloud is a remote computing service. There are all kinds of clouds out there, Google Drive. The iCloud is just one type and allows users of the iOS devices to back up their content or store content in another location for retrieval, synchronization, or safekeeping.
So you've reviewed that in addition to all of the CDs I showed you earlier with the phone records for everyone in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any evidence or proof of communication in anything that you've reviewed whatsoever between the Adelsons and Luis Rivera?
No.
Based on that same data, is there any evidence or proof of communication whatsoever between the Adelsons and Sigfredo Garcia?
Just the one phone call, attempted phone call to Mr. Adelson, Harvey Adelson is the only contact.
That was the July 1, 2014
That's correct.
call?
Yes.
Same question. Any evidence or proof of communication between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Any evidence or proof of Charlie Adelson and Luis Rivera communicating?
No.
Based on the location information for Harvey Adelson, was his handset in Tallahassee on the date of the murder?
It was not.
What about Donna Adelson's handset? Was it in Tallahassee on the date Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was not.
And Charlie Adelson's handset, was it in Tallahassee on the date that Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was not.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Sergeant Corbett. I have no further questions.
Oh, we take 10 minutes. Either side, anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll stay in session. Better be seated. Mr. Cobb.
The discovery issue, Your Honor?
What?
The discovery issue? The discovery issue?
All right, well, it was wait for Ms. Kappelman to tell me that she'd completed her research.
I'm ready, Judge.
Okay?
So the exhibit was provided to the state, looks like it was certified on 9/10 of 19. It was not properly discovered, but it was specifically listed in the state's notice of intent to introduce business records 6 days later. 9/16/19, paragraph 39, DHSMV records regarding traffic tickets received by Luis Rivera on 7/16/14 and Sigfredo Garcia on 6/2/14.
So why was it not discovered?
I can't.
Put in discovery when you got it September 10th.
Well, I wasn't ready to file the notice of business record. I listed it in my system as discovery, but I can't prove where it was ever sent, so I can't tell you the answer.
And you had mentioned some highway safety records.
Yes, but I can't prove where any of that, I can't show you an email where it was sent to them. So the only thing I
Can't what?
can
I'm
prove
sorry.
for sure was sent was the notice of intent to introduce business records.
Okay. So the cut.
Your Honor, it's no coincidence that this discovery issue is happening hand in hand with us not getting the exhibit from Ms. Norris. This is the second time that we've had this problem with this witness. I move for sanctions. It is clear that they were hiding this, not sharing it with us. I don't for a second believe that they just at the last minute threw this together. They had this in advance. They knew that Sergeant Corbett was taking the stand. They knew that it contained a piece of evidence that Ms. Kappelman has admittedly said was not provided to the Magbanua defense team. It's not
Until
just
September 16th.
No, it was never, I believe that what you'll say is the item was never provided to us, not the DHSMV records for Sigfredo Garcia or the citation. Ms. Kappelman knows the level of investigation we have done on everything. And to quote her, no stone unturned. And that is how we've handled our work on this case as well, too. There's investigation that we would have done on this, that we would have needed to have done on this. That's all.
What is that? What is the investigation you would do as to the traffic ticket?
I'm just getting it right now and I'm looking at it, meeting with witnesses. To give Your Honor an example of the citation that was given to Luis Rivera, the deposition of Sergeant Downing, finding out exactly what car was done. It wasn't just a matter of looking at the citation and taking its word for it. Speaking to potential witnesses, the location that it happened at, the time that it happened at, the officer that pulled him over, whether there was other occupants inside of the vehicle, if there were depositions of the other occupants inside of the vehicle, the officer that gave the citation. I can just say random things right now, but there would have absolutely been investigation. Your Honor, this is a case where we have flown all over the country deposing witnesses, spent hours and hours on the most simplest of details to make sure that this defendant gets a proper defense. Again, it is no coincidence that this happened hand in hand with us just getting this exhibit, this, well, not demonstrative, but an exhibit that Miss Norris is using.
Yeah.
Garcia.
One more comment, Your Honor.
I'll let you have, Garcia.
I'll go in and say that I didn't receive a specific discovery amendment. I did receive documentation today. And I think it's a little bit more material to my defense, but I still think it's something that I should have put on notice on. Detective Downing's, I apologize, Trooper Downing, that citation was given a long time ago. I was with Mr. DeCoste when he took Trooper Downing's deposition because there was a specific area we wanted to explore. This is something that I would definitely be part of the deposition of because there's certain material issues that we would like. So I give it a
Come in. What did you want to say, Ms. Kaplan?
Just that I invited the defense to view the evidence in my office on 9/18. The state's exhibit 122 was marked and available for viewing at that time. It was marked and available for viewing when Your Honor invited the defense to come view it on the first day that we met here. And then I think you reiterated that last night, and we did stay behind last night after Your Honor left the bench for the defense to review the evidence again. Now, I'm not saying that this was done properly. I'm just saying there have been a lot of opportunities for this
So
item.
was the ticket and the things they saw last night?
Yeah, State's exhibit 122.
Would y'all sit down, please? Don't be, we're not going to start being rude here.
It was.
Okay, so who looked at the stuff?
Mr. Zangane and Mr. DeCoste both stayed behind and looked through. I put the discs, I cleaned off this entire desk. I put the discs, the binder that contained photographs, and the binder that contained documents, any items that had not yet been introduced into evidence. And they looked through all of them.
It includes State Exhibit 122.
Yes, sir.
Let me see the document, please.
Lastly, Judge, I did provide the evidence list on the first day of trial, and 122 was listed there.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You may.
I did receive an email from Ms. Kaplan saying that items were available to view in her office. I responded to that with a question saying, what now? Because it wasn't clear what she was saying to us, whether she's doing what prosecutors do, come and take a look at my file so I can avoid any accusations of violations of the discovery rules, or she was showing us exhibits. I never got a response. Yes, Your Honor has seen me for the past 2 weeks, for the past couple of years. I rarely get animated. I am animated right now for a genuine reason. It's because that ticket was not present in that book yesterday. Your Honor, to add on now having a moment to actually look at the citation, other investigation we would have done, it's obviously an issue for the defense whether Luis Rivera was driving that vehicle alone on that day and that trip. There are several routes along this area that we would have pulled surveillance information, whether it's available or not, understanding time has passed, to pull surveillance to see who it was that was driving the vehicle, specifically from the Florida Department of Transportation, for any tolls that it had taken. Unfortunately, so I would draw that because we had that for the vehicle and we actually did do that. But as to the route that it was taking on that day, because of the location of the citation, we could have pulled surveillance for many adjoining businesses. But just to emphasize, it was not present yesterday.
This is June 2nd at 9:48 PM. What do you think the significance of that is, Ms. Kaplan?
It's the state's theory that this initial rental car was returned in exchange for the Nissan Sonata that ultimately came to Tallahassee for the first trip because of this ticket. I don't think it's that significant. I'm not sure. I mean, it was just of interest that Mr. Garcia got that rental car. Mr. Garcia got a ticket in it. He got the ticket in Miami, so I don't know.
Which vehicle is this? This is,
So
says a silver Nissan. And there's a tag number, CKV I85. That's the first car that was rented. This is one where the rentals were changed after a couple days. Is that the first?
That vehicle on the second. We would argue with the intent to come to Tallahassee in it. Never did because he got a ticket in it. Exchanged that for the Hyundai Sonata, which came to Tallahassee on the first trip. Does that make sense?
And this is the one that Rivera's record name shows on the rental, or is this the one Garcia's name shows on the rental?
Garcia's name shows on the rental for both that vehicle and the one that he exchanged it for, which came to Tallahassee.
I frankly don't see the great significance of it. I'm not going to admit it at this point in time. We've got a couple another 2 days of trial. If y'all decide it needs to be, that it's overly real significant, then need to give the defense some opportunity to review it and figure out what the significance of it is. We're just not going to get into it at this point in time.
Yes, sir.
What else we need to resolve?
Your Honor, can I make as a court exhibit the demonstratives as court exhibit C and D that I presented on Sergeant Corbett's directives now?
Okay, and those are not to go to the jury?
Correct.
Right.
Same objection, Your Honor. We have not had proper time to digest these items.
They're just them being made part of the record, so I would assume you want them to be part of the record. You don't want them to be part of the record.
Wiser attorneys at the table are telling me I do, so I'll withdraw it.
I mean, this is not to go to the jury. This is to make a record, so there would be a record of what was shown, less the portion relating to the ticket was not shown in there.
And I took that part out, so it accurately reflects what was shown.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, take about 5 minutes.
That is consistent with the number that he has, right?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that the only really cross-references you did with reference to this headset number was between Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, Katherine Magbanua, and the Adelsons, correct?
No, sir. There were a number, if you're talking about persons involved, obviously, as I spoke earlier, one of the first things we do is a frequency report to see who it communicates with most frequently. That information was given to the investigators so that they could begin researching all of those numbers. And I do not know the extent to which they identified numbers of importance. When it came to the relevance, here it was between those primary parties, but anyone the handset communicated with was evaluated to some degree or another.
Now, you're aware that Mr. Rivera was part of a criminal organization known as the Latin Kings, correct?
Yes.
Did you at any point or anybody in law enforcement do a cross-section between known Latin Kings and this phone number?
There were a number of contact information. So during the course of the investigation, we developed associated names with phone numbers. Those were provided to me from a variety of sources. One of them was from a previous investigation that involved a number of the people that you're speaking of. And those contact information was added to our automated system and would populate if there were previously known people. Again, that information was provided to the investigators, and whatever relevance that may or may not have been would have been their determination.
Do you know of anybody that's in that list that you discussed had communication with Luis Rivera from May 28th till June 4th?
No one that I'm aware of.
You're saying no one had communication or no one has that information?
Oh, I'm sorry. May I understand your question?
Sure. Let me rephrase it. I'm sorry. So you indicated that there's known Latin kings that were communicating with Luis Rivera, right?
I'm saying that I was provided with contact phone numbers that were populated, and I do not know if there was communication between them or not. Again, that information is provided to the investigators, knowing who those people are. They're just phone numbers to me.
Well, you know that they had a wire intercept of Luis Rivera's phone from, I believe, October to November of 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that during that wire intercept, known gang activity between Luis Rivera and other gang members was intercepted, right?
I do not know the specifics of the intercept. That was a different investigation, but it is the criminal investigation that I mentioned. We did receive some of the contact information from that investigation. And so if there were names there, then they were added into our system, and that information was given to the investigators.
So the question I have is, those names, do you have a frequency report, or are you aware of any of those names having contact with this number for the week prior to June 4th?
I am not personally aware, no.
Did you do any kind of analysis to determine if any of those calls were made?
Outside of what I've mentioned, as far as any of the names that we have, or providing those phone numbers to the investigators that were familiar with that investigation and this one, I did no further investigation.
Now, if you could go to the next slide, please.
I'm sorry, you mean?
It was the map. There it is. Okay. On the bottom right-hand corner, at 1:40 a.m., that is a ping for Luis Rivera's phone, correct?
It is a cell site that his handset was utilizing, yes.
Well, every reference I make is with regards to a cell site indicating or activating to a number associated with Luis Rivera, okay?
Yes, sir.
The next one at 3:13, that's also a ping for Luis Rivera's phone, correct?
Let me clarify one thing for these overview maps. There may be multiple activations of that cell site, of one particular cell site, and all of those events, there may be 4 or 5 of them together, all of those events will be shown at once on this. And the labeling works so that only the last event you're going to see. So if we want to talk about specifics, this is a very general overview map. If we want to talk about specifics, then I can look in here, and this is actually only one event at 1:40 a.m. I just want to make sure that there may be more than one event that communicated with a particular cell site, even though there's only one dot on the map.
Let me maybe I'm asking it too complicated. All these little, can you expand the map, Sergeant? There we go. All those blue dots, those are in reference to location information for Luis Rivera's handset phone, correct?
That is correct.
Go to the next slide, please. This is the following day, correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me from 3:25 p.m., which is the top left-hand corner, all the way down to 12:47 a.m. Those are Luis Rivera's. Those are associated with Luis Rivera's handset, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Judge, I'm going to ask to approach so I can show the witness, with all due respect, which slide I'm referring to, if I may, Your Honor.
You may.
If you could be kind enough to pull this up, Sergeant. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Now, this slide there is a flag with a yellow, there's a yellow flag in the middle of the screen, correct?
There is.
And what does it say? It says Rivera's residence right underneath there. Is that correct?
It does, yes.
And you have testified to the members of this jury with relation to that location being where Luis Rivera lives, correct?
Yes.
If I may, Judge?
You may.
You can be kind enough. Sergeant, I apologize. Let me know.
Yes, sir.
If you could pull that up for the members of the jury. Oops. Okay, now, you'll agree with me that the map that we just looked at from June 4th to June 5th was related to Luis Rivera's handset, correct?
That's correct.
And you'll also agree with me that the yellow flag that you had highlighted a location in North Miami, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now here, on what I believe has already been introduced into the evidence as a traffic citation for Luis Rivera, his address there is 1805 Normandy Drive, Apartment 3, correct?
That's what's listed, yes.
Now I know when you get pulled over, you give a police officer your license, right?
Yes.
Or I'm sure you've done it the other way around. If you pulled someone over, you ask for license and registration. So in addition to that, we have a car rental agreement, correct?
We do.
Okay, and that car rental agreement that I'm referring to is when Mr. Rivera rents a Prius in this case. You recall that?
Yes.
There we go. And if you could, I don't know if you can highlight it, but if we can just look at the top right-hand corner, I'm sorry, top left-hand corner. That appears to be Luis Rivera writing his name, correct?
I'm not familiar with his handwriting, but it is a handwritten, his name, yes.
Correct. And underneath that, which address does Luis Rivera himself on this car rental agreement provide as his home address?
The 1805 Normandy Drive.
And that would be consistent with what's on his driver's license. Is that correct, sir?
It would be.
Okay, now, if I could show you another map, if you don't mind. Here we go. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
This one, sorry, I don't know. Is there a number here?
No, there's not. Just give me the date, 15?
June 15th. Okay.
That one.
Now, you're not from South Florida, are you, sir?
I'm not.
And just refresh everyone's information. The address is 1805 Normandy Drive. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
And is that Normandy Drive right here?
It is, yes.
And is that in Miami Beach consistent with what Mr. Rivera listed on the car rental agreement as well as on his driver's license?
I'm sorry.
Is that the information Luis Rivera provided on his car rental agreement, correct?
Yes, it is.
As well as the address on his driver's license that was part of the citation that was issued on June 4th, correct?
That's correct.
And Normandy Drive, and that's in Miami Beach, right?
It appears to be yes.
And that location, if you could back it up, I'm sorry, one more, sorry, not a little closer. There we go. Sorry. It's okay. So, according to this map, Normandy Drive is right across that little bridge between where Ms. Magbanua's residence is. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not familiar with the exact, where that exact numeric would be, but it would be consistent with that area, yes, sir.
Now, if you'd be kind enough, sorry, if we could go back to the slide that you had that showed the yellow map of Mr. Rivera, which you indicated, which was testified under direct as his address. You could find that for me, sir?
And I'm sorry, the one we looked at previously?
The one that showed, it said Rivera's residence in yellow. Now, pardon me. What does it say right here?
North Miami?
And Luis Rivera was the Inca or the Primera of the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
I'm not,
If you know.
He said he did.
Okay. Now. I know that we discussed this during your last time up, but just to clarify again, the information that you receive from the cell towers is simply an approximation of the general area between accompanying towers, correct?
well, what I received from the phone company is actually the antenna that's being used. It's the location and the direction of the cell site that's actually being utilized for that event. We simply represent that on a map and then compare it to known locations.
And so what they have is they have an antenna that could be at a specific location, and a vehicle could be at the farthest reaching perimeter of where that antenna's radius is, and it would relate to that antenna, correct?
Well, a handset is going to choose the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And there are a lot of factors that influence that decision. I guess the answer to your question is yes, a handset at the furthest reaches of the effective range of that tower would still communicate with that tower.
So there's no way to know specifically where a cell phone is, correct?
That's correct. And in all of these, I'm only providing a general location or a general area that may be serviced by that cell site.
Now, in all of the evaluations that you did and all the data that you complied, were you able to determine if any of the other antennas were down or not serviceable at the time?
We look at things like use to determine if other cell sites are maybe not in service. There's no indication, particularly looking at if we know they're being communicated with, if we know we have events that are communicating with those cell sites, then we know those cell sites are functional. So that's kind of one thing that we look at. But again, we're only looking at a very general location of where that handset is and asking if the location of interest may be serviced by that particular cell site and sector. And that's all we're attempting to do.
So you'll agree with me that you can't tell who's using a specific handset at the time other than the numbers being used, correct?
That's correct.
And based on the records that you have, you can't use or you can't prove through your phone data or through the cellular records that Mr. Garcia was on the trip in 2014, correct? In the June trip?
That is correct. We have no location information for his handset.
Now, let's go to the July 18th date, if you would, please. There was two pieces of activity related to my client's handset. One at 9:36, correct?
Yes, sir. You mean the morning of the 18th?
Yes, sir. There was two activities on his handset that day, correct?
That's correct.
One was a text message, correct?
That's correct.
And the text message was incoming, which means somebody sent it into Mr. Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
Did he respond to it?
It was a notification. As we spoke last time, it was not a full phone number, and I believe that was a notification sent to him.
Okay. Then there was a phone call that came into him, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And could you tell if that went to voicemail or if that was picked up?
I don't recall, but regardless, the duration was extremely short at 7 seconds, as we discussed.
And there was no more activity on Mr. Garcia's phone until 12:30 something, correct?
No active activity. There were incoming calls, but there was nothing active done with the handset until 12:30.
That's what I'm referring to. There was no
Yes.
active activity. Okay,
Correct.
Not any passive activity, right?
Correct.
You did a frequency report on the number associated with my client, correct?
Yes.
And who was the most frequent person that he spoke to?
Ms. Magbanua.
And that was from when to when?
Well, I believe that that holds true from just about any period of time. The initial response that we looked at was for about a 2 or 3 month period, if I remember. We can pull that up if we need to be specific.
Well, would it be fair to say, Sergeant, that it was not uncommon for there to be a substantial amount of communication between my client and the mother of his children?
That's correct.
Now, just one more time, and I hate to be your dead horse. May I approach, Judge? You can pull up the registration card. And this is the registration card for the Budget Inn in Tallahassee.
That's correct.
And that's again the 1805 Normandy Drive address, correct?
That's correct.
In Miami Beach?
Yes, sir.
And that's inconsistent with the address that you have highlighted, correct?
That's correct.
Give me a second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, I'll tender the witness with a right to recall Sergeant Corbett's.
Magbanua?
Yes. Thank you. Hello again, Sergeant.
Hello.
Your Honor, may I reposition this just a little bit to the left? All right. Call detail records versus geolocation.
Yes, sir.
It's late in the day. I know that this is your expertise. If you could explain to the jury the difference in between call detail records and geolocation.
Well, I think when you speak of geolocation, you're probably talking about real-time location of a handset.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. So my iPhone, as Find My iPhone, is that geolocation?
Yes, I think geolocation is kind of a broad term, but when we're talking about the call detail records, and I believe I can answer this, what you're asking, the call detail records are historical events, and they provide for us the location of the cell site that the handset was communicating with. When you're talking about applications like Find My iPhone, or where law enforcement is able to actively obtain the location of a handset, then we're talking about not the location of the cell site, but the location of the handset itself. And that information comes from a variety of sources. It could be from the cell network. It could be from a GPS receiver in the handset. It can be from Wi-Fi access points. There are a number of things that allows the handset to determine its location and then communicate that to us.
Now let's answer it with respect to accuracy. Geolocation, Find My iPhone, more accurate than call detail records, which will just give a generalized area.
In almost all cases, yes. Anything where the handset is actively trying to help us find it is going to be more accurate than a cell site location.
If I tried to find my iPhone using call detail records, I may find myself walking around an entire neighborhood trying to find it.
You could, unless you left it at your friend's house that you communicate with frequently, and we knew that that address was within the cell site, then you may get lucky. But yes, the geolocation is much more accurate.
Unless I get lucky with the call detail records.
Right.
Now I want to explain a little bit how you call them antennas, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could have 1 second. Let me get creative here. Dave, do you mind if I borrow your keys?
Not at all.
Sergeant, if I were to drive north on Monroe, maybe about 2 miles, I see one of these antennas, right?
Several, yes, sir.
Now, these antennas, normally they're 360 degrees, but they're broken up into, what are they, 3 segments?
It varies by cell site, but generally what we see is, yes, they are divided into 3 sectors.
Now, with the demonstration that you had here today, I saw that at a lot of the points, there's 3 arrows.
That's correct.
Does that mean that there's 3 antennas and each of them are 120 degrees?
Well, there's more than 3 antennas generally between transmit and receive, and they are not always 120 degrees. we will see a lot of cell sites that are not exactly 3 equal segments. The antennas are oriented towards the best service for that population area, and it is not always 3 exactly spaced azimuths.
So all these, now to use a big azimuth, what's that?
I did. That's the direction. When we talk about azimuth, that is that 360-degree circle. That is the degrees in which that antenna is facing.
So one of the antennas has 3, or one of the towers has 3 antennas. It's going to be 120 degrees, 120, and 120.
No.
What's it gonna
And
be?
that's what I'm saying. It depends by cell site.
Of course you, go ahead.
They are all different. A lot of them are exactly that, 3 equally spaced sectors. But we also have a number of cell sites that are not that perfect 3 equal segments. And again, those antennas are oriented in the direction to provide the most service.
Now, in a bunch of your slides, you had a tower and you had an arrow.
Yes.
Can you go to one of those? Doesn't matter which one. Okay, perfect. So when it's got all the different little arrows next to the big arrow, is that going to be each sector?
It is, and in this case, we actually have 2 different technologies on this cell site. And when they added the additional technology, that kind of rotated them all. So one technology, and when I speak of technology, I mean like 3G or 4G, our data speeds, and whether we're voice over LTE or traditional kind of cell phone. So there's really 2 different technologies here that are represented by those. Each really only has 3.
All right, now your presentations are in between part 1 and part 2, right?
I'm sorry, yes.
1 second here. If you can go to part 1, slide 4.
I'm sorry. You may want to mute me real quick, just so that as I'm switching presentations, I don't accidentally display something. Perfect, thank you. And I'm sorry, you were wanting to go back to my original presentation from my previous testimony?
No, today.
Oh.
There's two parts for today.
I see.
Let's go to the first one, which I believe is in June.
And I'm not sure exactly which is slide 4 on your.
We'll go back.
Okay.
Just go to a random one. With one of the arrows are down at my hand. How about that?
One of the arrows down in my.
Tell me when you're good and I'll turn it back on.
You can turn it back on now, thanks. Oops. I'm still finding one, so. That would be one with a.
Yeah, perfect. Your Honor, if I can approach the screen. All right. Now, Sergeant, just to explain to the jury, that wouldn't be accurate as to the width of that sector, that arrow. That's just the generalized direction that you're giving, right?
That is correct. That is just, well, it's accurate to the direction. That arrow is pointing the direction that that antenna is facing. It does not represent the width. And as we talked about when I was here last time, we look at where those sectors are oriented, and we estimate that somewhere about in between, about halfway in between where those sectors are pointed is where we would expect a handset to transition.
So for example, here on our easel, if we have one of these sectors that's at 120 degrees, it wouldn't go in a straight line out from it. It would expand in width, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right, now, our antenna's falling down. Now, these aren't set up right next to each other. Many times, based on where they're set up, they're miles away, right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, in a dense place like Miami, you would agree that these are miles and miles away from each other.
What I see generally here, and this is actually the layout of the towers, they're about 1 mile to 1.5 miles apart in most cases.
So it wouldn't be right next to it, it would be.
That's correct.
Okay. We're going to have to set up
And which system are you showing here, Sergeant?
This is the cell sites, the Sprint cell sites from 2014. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we'll come back to this in a second. Let's just talk about, and you said it, what you're here to do and what you're not here to do. You're not here to give an exact location, like find my iPhone, right?
That's correct.
You're here to include and exclude locations.
That is correct.
The state came to you, they asked you if a certain handset could be at an address during an event, right?
That's correct.
I believe that you said it to co-defendant counsel that you're not here to make a determination of how close the phone is to the actual tower.
That's correct.
And again, these towers are miles apart from each other.
They are.
It could be right up next to the tower, or it could be almost to another tower.
That's
right?
correct.
In a nutshell, you're here to say that the handset could have been within the range of that tower, right?
Well, the handset was definitely within the range of the tower because we know that it communicated with that tower. But is more specific than that? No.
So, to use an example, I'm gonna have to set it up for this. Your Honor, if you don't mind if I set up another one? Sure. So, we're miles away now. We have another tower. These two towers have antennas that are pointing in the same location, all right? Now, the signal that's coming from this tower, we'll call this tower A, it doesn't just go up and all of a sudden drop off a cliff, right?
That's correct.
And neither does that happen, we'll call that one tower B.
Correct.
Now, this tower seems to not want to cooperate and keeps falling over. Let's say something happens to it. It's being serviced, it's being maintenance. This one goes down. I could be within the vicinity of tower A, but get picked up on tower B, right?
You could, yes.
Because that signal doesn't just drop off a cliff.
That's correct.
It's a system of redundancy.
It's a system of the most efficient layout. The purpose of the cellular companies is to provide exactly what they need to and not waste energy, not waste towers, not waste resources. So it's laid out very efficiently. There is, and there has to be overlap so that, as you say, the signal does not just end. There is overlap from one cell site to another, and that allows us seamless travel. We can get in a car and drive, and in theory, you don't drop the phone call because there is that overlap, and as we transition from one cell site to another.
Overlap.
Yes.
Now, you can't give an absolute as to a person's location with call detail records, right? Not talking about the handset, talking about a person's location, right?
With the call detail records that we're using here, no.
Well, the first thing there's unknown variables. One of them being you don't know who has a handset.
That's correct.
That's why we say handset instead of the person, right?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to your analysis, that's also believing that the system, and when I say system, tower A, tower B, all the towers in Miami, that they're all working as they should be, right?
That's part of it, yes.
That they're working normally.
Yes.
Although it is rare, we saw it with tower A, every now and then they go out of service. It's rare, but they go out of service.
That's correct.
It could be maintenance, right?
Yes.
It could be a storm, right?
Yes.
Or it could just be electronics breaking.
It could be, yes.
We've seen it for the past 2 weeks in this courtroom.
We have.
You can get records of when things were maintenance or when they were down, right?
Sometimes we can, yes.
Sometimes.
Correct.
We don't have it in this case, though, do we?
We do not.
They were never obtained.
They were not.
Nor were they requested.
That's correct.
So again, we're assuming that this system was working normally.
Again, we know from the records, the cell sites and sectors that were working because those are the ones the handset was communicating with. Those in and of themselves tell us the approximate or general area that handset could be in and is enough for us to make that determination. If we were trying to get extremely granular and take my general area and bring it down into something more specific, then that's the kind of information that we would want to do. But for our purposes, it's unnecessary.
When you say granular, what you're talking about is to get more detailed, right?
That's correct.
So we could get more detailed with this information, but we've just chosen not to.
In some cases, it's possible. I would say that it is impractical to do. We've looked at hundreds, if not thousands, of different cell sites and sectors, and to obtain the information, to do drive tests, to do the software, the engineering, all the things that requires, I would say is an impossible task in this case.
Sergeant, when is it more practical? When is it more reasonable than in a murder trial?
Well,
Overruled, you can answer.
I think it's always important. Anytime that we utilize the cell site information, it is important to do what we can. Again, for our purposes and what we looked at in knowing the cell sites that are used and knowing the places of interest, and we compare those continually with other known events, places where we knew people to be from other evidence, then we're able to corroborate that information. And that's the way that we use the records.
So you say because it works normally in other locations, it must have worked normally here on these dates?
What I'm saying is that for the locations I analyzed, be it a residence or a hotel or whatever, that location was well within the coverage area of the cell site and sector that was utilized. And I don't really need to know to evaluate that one location. That's all that I need.
Sergeant, I want to pull you back over to getting what we were talking about, which is maintenance records, outages, stuff like that. Now, you said that it would be, cumbersome to get that, I think granular is your word, or I use detail to get that detailed, that it would be a big process. We're just talking about one day here. We're talking about June 2nd, 2014, for a handful of towers. You could have gotten documents to find out if any of those towers went down, right?
I don't know for sure those documents were available. And for us, we're not talking about just one day or one event. We were looking at weeks and months worth of events, and then sometimes years worth of events that encompass thousands and thousands of cell sites.
Sergeant, correct me if I'm wrong. You had two presentations here today, right?
That's correct.
One of them was for a few days in June.
Yes, sir.
And the other was for a few days in July.
That's correct.
And we're talking about 10, 20, 30 towers on pretty much all of those dates between Miami and Tallahassee, right?
You're looking at many more towers than that.
Okay. Just taking, for example, June 4th, you could have gotten for the 10 towers down in Miami to send a subpoena, say, we want to find out on June 4th whether those towers were operational for the full day. That could have been done.
There's a possibility that information exists.
But we don't have it.
We do not.
Now, let's change gears. During the course of this case, for the year since it's happened, you've been in close communication, of course, with the investigators in your building at the Tallahassee Police Department, right?
I have, yes.
And also the FBI.
Yes.
In fact, you've had frequent conversations with the FBI.
Well, I think you said immediately after the incident and for the first, years of the investigation. Yes, absolutely. That is certainly trailed off, after.
You would agree frequent conversations, though, at some point?
Yes.
More towards the beginning?
Yes.
Before the arrests were made?
Yes.
And that information was then put into reports written by your colleagues at the Tallahassee Police Department, right?
It was.
And also the FBI.
I believe so, yes.
In what's called their 302 reports.
I believe so, yes.
You being a sergeant, many years on the force, married to a prosecutor, you then know that those reports, once arrests are made, are given over to defendants.
Correct.
Like Luis Rivera.
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you gave detailed, step by step by step, the direction of calls, the locations, all of that to be put into reports for discovery in this case.
I certainly provided all of that information to the investigators. What they chose to document or what was necessary to document to establish probable cause, that's their determination.
But it's your understanding that they put all your details into reports that were later given to Luis Rivera?
They didn't put all my details in, but they certainly did put at least some in.
If you could go to, now I'm going to refer to what you've presented here as presentation 1 and 2. Presentation 1 is for June?
Yes.
Presentation 2 is for July?
For me, they're all one presentation. They just happen to have been printed in 2 sections for you. That's all.
I'll make it easier. If you can go to the June stuff.
Okay.
Pages 11 through 12. Start with page 11, please.
And I'm not sure exactly which page 11 is. Again,
You can show them what page you're talking about. It's just in this.
Oh, on our side, we have a PDF, so we get page
Oh,
numbers.
okay. I'm sorry. That's it. Had the page.
If I can approach. So I'll do this for you. I'll show it to you.
okay. So that's,
So it's going to be those two.
with that one and the next one. Yep, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now, your testimony was that Miss Magbanua's handset leaves the area of Miami Beach, travels over to Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
To the area, yes.
And you know the relevance of that to this case.
Yes,
Because a car was rented at Comfort Rent-A-Car.
that's correct.
All right. And using your language, it's consistent with her being in the area of a tower around 8:53 and 8:58, right?
That's correct.
If you can zoom in at all, so we don't need to go to the next slide. You can just zoom in here for me. You can go a little bit to the left. It's also consistent with dropping somebody off the airport, right?
It could be, yes.
Also consistent with dropping off the father of your children to go rent a car, right?
Could be, yes.
No information here that ties her then to a murder.
That's correct.
And you wouldn't conclude that, would you?
I would not.
If you can go 3 slides forward, it's a slide that had a Geico. There we go, Geico Insurance. Now, of course, you know that it's Geico Insurance because you took the 800 number and you ran it and you found out.
That's correct.
Who do you have for insurance?
Who do I have?
Yeah.
Progressive.
All right. Now, you know, like most of these big companies, that those calls are recorded, right?
They could be, yes.
No subpoena sent to Geico to find out. But I don't know what's going on. No subpoena sent to Geico to find out what was going on in that phone call, right?
I'm not aware of a subpoena sent for that particular phone call.
All right. Let's go 3 slides forward. I think it was the one about Rivera's residence. Yeah, we can use that one. Who told you that's Rivera's residence?
The investigators in the case.
Which investigator?
Isom and Sanford.
Didn't tell you whose residence that actually is?
Jessica Rodriguez.
Then why doesn't it say Jessica Rodriguez up there?
Because it was where the information given to me is that's where Mr. Rivera was staying.
If you could go forward, give me a second. 25. There's a slide, it's about 10, 25 on our end, it's about 10 forward. It's the one with the citation for Luis Rivera. This isn't the only place in this case where this address shows up, right?
That's correct.
It repeats itself more in the discovery in this case than him staying at Jessica Rodriguez's house, right?
As far as, and again, the information given to me by the investigators is based upon their interviews, their research, their information. And regardless of what it may list on a driver's license or list on an application, where he's physically laying his head at night is determined by more than just paperwork.
Give me 1 second, number 47. Yeah, Sergeant Corbett, could you punch in the Normandy address on your computer so that we can see that?
You'll need to mute me first, please. All right, sir.
City's ready.
Yeah.
So this is a clean map but this would be the address listed for the 1805 Normandy Drive.
Can you zoom up? Zoom back in just a little bit, keeping in the bottom right here. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's where Katherine Magbanua lives?
That's correct.
All right, so fast forwarding in your direct examination, at one point in time, you were asked about Charles Adelson's whereabout on July 15th.
That's correct.
And that he was in the prosecution emphasized that he was in the location, Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct, yes.
These towers are miles apart, right?
Yes, they are.
Luz Rivera lives just around the corner, right?
Yes.
Where does Maria Rivera live, his sister?
I do not know.
You're not aware that she lives in the same neighborhood?
I'm not.
What about Luis Rivera's mother?
I do not.
What about the mother of his other children?
I do not.
Would you agree with me that the information that you have as the whereabout of Charles Adelson on 7/15 is also consistent with him being at Luis Rivera's house?
Certainly the address, this Normandy Drive address, could not be excluded from that cell site. That's correct.
So it is consistent with him being at that address?
Yes.
Give me a second, Jerron. I'm going to get another page number here. We're going to go to the July stuff now.
All right.
And for me, it's the 9th slide.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry, my presentation doesn't have page numbers.
What page number is?
If I can just approach the witness, I can show.
So, which day? July.
Now bring in the computer. 1 second, Jerron. All right. This is a summary, right?
It is, yes.
This isn't accurate for all the communications by all these people for those days.
That's correct. It is filtered down to the persons of interest.
For instance, Katherine Magbanua, in between the communications between her and Charles Adelson, had a bunch of other communications with other people.
She may have, yes. We can certainly go back to the raw records and look at those.
What's been done here is that you have the records of Charles Adelson, Katherine Magbanua, and Sigfredo Garcia, and you're pulling the bits and pieces and then stacking them together and removing out all of the other communications that they're having to make it look like one after the other, after the other, after the other are the communications that are happening.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that there were a lot of other communications that Katherine Magbanua was having that day with other people?
Yes, there were.
Now, at one point in direct examination, you said that certain communications on July 14th and 15th were consistent with her having dinner with Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
And again, you get that language, you get that statement because you also have all of his iMessages for around that time.
I don't know if we have all of them, but we certainly have a significant number.
Now, none of these phone calls are recorded.
That's correct.
You don't know what's being talked about.
That's correct.
But these text messages help put into context some of those communications.
They do.
Brief second here, we pull up another slide. You know which one
Yes,
that is?
yes.
Now, same thing's going on here, right? There's a whole bunch of other communications that Katherine Magbanua was having that day that aren't in that summary, right?
That's correct.
Do you have anything to present to this jury that shows any other days, random days, as to the type of communications that were being had in between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, and Katherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson?
But certainly, we have all of her records. We can look at any of that.
Now, those records, they begin in May of 2014, right?
That's correct.
You remember that prior to your examination, I provided over to you some parts of those call records to take a look at them, right?
That's correct.
The main ones. I'm handing you, it's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 8. You know what that is, right?
I do.
That's one of the spreadsheets that I gave you with the state's evidence, right?
It is.
You've had a chance to review that?
I have the records themselves, yes, sir.
And it accurately reflects what's in the records, right?
It does, yes.
And the one that I've just handed you is in same or substantially the same condition of the one that you have, right?
Yes.
You ought to move in what's been pre-marked as Defense 8.
Sir, objection. To be admitted.
Now, Sergeant, correct me if I'm wrong, Defense 8 is for a time frame of May 1st and May 2nd, 2014, right?
It is, yes.
Now, that wasn't a date of interest for this case, was it?
I do not know that it was.
That's 2.5 months before the murder?
Correct.
No indication that anything was going on that day?
None that I'm aware of.
No request from the state attorney's office to hone in on that day and take a look, right?
No.
Now, what we've done here is that we've highlighted the phone numbers of different participants, right?
That's correct.
Sigfredo Garcia is in green. Charles Adelson is in blue, right?
Yes.
Same volley of phone calls on a random date, right?
Yes, there is back and forth communication.
No different than the dates in June, the dates in July, right?
Only different in time, duration, but yes, there is regular communication between them.
Where Katherine will talk to Sigfredo, the father of her children, hang up the phone, call Charles Adelson, the guy she's dating, then maybe communicate back with Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia, communicate back with Mr. Adelson. That's normal throughout all the call activity that you have for her, right?
Again, there are a number of communications back and forth between all of them.
But there's nothing peculiar about the activity on the dates in June and July when compared to other random dates, right?
Again, none that I'm aware of.
On your June stuff, you had a slide that showed the locations for the drive in June. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull that one up?
You about the overall drive?
There we go.
I'm sorry? You mean the overall drive, this one?
That's the one.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this shows that there's a believed trip between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. to 12 a.m. What's the time frame of this trip?
Well, we have an event at 1:40 a.m. that would be consistent with the North Miami area. And then by 3:13, they're well onto Alligator Alley on 75. And that
I'm going to object to the classification of they. The only evidence here is Louis Rivera's handset.
Let's talk about the handset.
Yes, sir. And to finish your answer, the handset arrives in Tallahassee around 12:38 p.m.
What's the span of the trip? There was a lot going on between the government and co-defendant. I didn't hear it.
There would be at least 8 to 10 hours, probably
No.
8 to 9 hours.
What's the start time?
The start time is somewhere after 1:40 and prior to 3:13 for those
Arrival
events.
time?
And arrival time was 12:38 PM.
I'm handing you with a pre-mark. This is defense 7. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
That's another spreadsheet that I gave you for Katherine Magbanua's call records.
Yes, sir.
And those are the call records around the time of that trip, right?
They are, yes.
And those are in the same or substantially same condition they were in when you last reviewed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Move in defense 7.
You do have a call that's repeating here. You've actually copied the
1 second, Your Honor.
top 2, I think. I think this call was repeating on every, I think you may have captured the top 2 rows instead of just the top 1.
Move in defense 7.
Is there objection?
Yes, if there's a document is inaccurate.
Say what?
Based on the testimony, the document is not accurate reflection of the records.
Would it clarify with him the foundation?
Sergeant, the copy that I gave you, did it have that line on it?
I believe so. I don't have that in front of me, and I'm just looking at the calls. 6464. It appears just that the top call, the very first call on this list, repeats across the pages. Other than that, it would appear to be correct.
Sergeant, do you have a pen on you?
I do.
Can you cross out what you think is repeated?
Here's another copy of it. So you say it's accurate now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
No, yes,
It'd be admitted 7, defendant Magbanua, exhibit 7.
Sergeant, the government on your direct examination asked you about some statements made by Luis Rivera with respect to Wendy Adelson. You remember that?
I do, yes.
Now, you also know the testimony by Luis Rivera that he says that on trip 1 up to Tallahassee, that Sigfredo was constantly on the phone with Katherine Magbanua, right?
I'm not aware of that specific statement, no.
If you could, taking a look at defense 7, show me any phone calls during that trip between Sigfredo Garcia's phone and Katherine Magbanua's phone.
You have calls on the 4th at 9:55. You have calls on.
Sergeant, between the start time and the finish time.
I'm sorry. I do not, I see 9:55 a.m. would be in there. So the 9:55 a.m. call, outbound call.
Is that one phone call?
I believe so in the time frame that you're asking about. Yes.
Is there a second phone call?
I do not see one again in the time frame.
And what is the duration of that one phone call?
29 seconds.
Would you consider that to be constantly on the phone call in a, 8-hour drive?
I would not.
Sergeant, I'm handing you the pre-marked as defense 9. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
Those are the same type records for the trip between July 16th and July 18th?
That's correct.
And those are in same or substantially same condition they were in the last time you saw it?
Yes.
Move in defense 9.
I'm sorry.
Move in defense 9, Your Honor.
Is there objection?
There you go.
All right, be admitted.
Sergeant, since you're aware of some of Luis Rivera's testimony, are you aware of the testimony that he gave that the day before the murder?
I object to asking about testimony.
Sustained.
Are you aware of Luis Rivera's information that he gave prior to his testimony in trial about seeing Wendy Adelson on Trescott Drive?
I am aware of, yes.
And that specifically, he said prior to his testimony that after seeing her, he had a conversation with Sigfredo Garcia, and that before noon that day, which would be.
Did you need something? I'm sorry. Were you trying to signal something? Oh, okay. Maybe you needed a pad or something. Okay.
The day before, which would be July 17th, that he said that Sigfredo called Katherine before noon that day.
I'm not aware of that. I am aware of the reported sighting of Ms. Adelson and was asked to evaluate location information for that possibility. I'm not aware of any subsequent stated communication.
Now, again, the records that you have in front of you, those are the government's exhibit, just we've color coded it so that you can easily identify the phone numbers, right?
That's correct.
Were you asked by this government to find out if Sigfredo Garcia actually called Katherine Magbanua before noon on July 17th, like he said?
I do not recall being specifically asked that, no.
Can you do that for us here today now?
I can, yes.
Is there a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua on July 17th before noon?
Not in these records, no.
You say not in these records. Are there other records that would more accurately reflect Miss Magbanua's cell phone records on that day?
No, there's not.
Those are all.
For this particular phone, these particular records, there's not.
No phone call from Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua before noon on July 17th.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, we didn't have these before today, so I got to find the page and show it to you. I'm also handing you a pre-mark. Is Defense 10. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
Those are the call detail records for Katherine Magbanua on July 19th, 2014.
That's correct.
Color coded the same way as the other exhibits we've just shown you.
That's correct.
You reviewed them prior to today.
I did, yes.
And they're in the same or substantially the same condition that they were in the last time you saw them?
Yes.
They're the same records, right?
They are.
Now, Ms. Norris asked you questions about phone calls in between Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera on the morning of July 19th.
That's correct.
You're aware that Luis Rivera has said prior to his testimony that on the morning of July 19th, Katherine Magbanua called me, right?
I am aware of that, yes.
Now, Ms. Norris asked you about this phone call right here. And you testified, yes, Katherine Magbanua contacted Luis Rivera.
Correct.
But what you didn't talk about and what you weren't asked is the phone call right before it. That the first phone call between those two was Luis Rivera calling Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
Is there a question?
There was, I can ask it again.
Wasn't a question, it was a statement.
Who called who first?
Mr. Rivera called her cell phone first.
Not the other way around.
Not the other way around.
Not like what Luis Rivera said.
Well, I know generally what he said. I don't know the specifics of his statement, but as far as the records are concerned, what we see here, the first contact is from Rivera to Magbanua.
And you agree with me that Ms. Norris didn't ask you about that?
I don't believe she did.
Now, if you could, there was a slide that you had that had Miss Magbanua's location with respect to, I was going to say Rivera's residence, but it's actually Jessica Rodriguez's residence on the morning of July 19th. If you could pull that up. And this is in between the times of 10:02 and 10:31.
So the 10:02 are in this one, would be the 10:02 events. If you're talking about the 10:31 event, it is this one.
Actually, let's go to a different one. We're going chronologically. Pull this up.
Yes.
And you testified that Charlie Adelson's residence was north of her path of travel that morning, right?
That's correct.
Fits the theory of the case, right?
I assume so, yes.
Leaving Mr. Adelson's house the morning that Luis Rivera says that a money payment was made, right?
Yes,
Where does the injured Velasquez live?
I do not know.
You weren't asked to plot that address.
That's correct.
Where does Francis Magbanua, my client's brother, live?
Very close to the Adelson Institute.
Which is also north, right around where Charles Adelson lives, right?
Further north than that, yes.
Wouldn't you agree that it's misleading to only put Charles Adelson's address there?
It's the same.
Why didn't you put these other addresses in there?
The address I was asked to look at was Mr. Adelson's to see if that address was one that could be consistent with where she was coming from, and that's what's on the map.
Asked by these prosecutors.
It's the same. Mr. DaCosta asked earlier, we're not going to get into disparaging other counsel. I know you're going to object if they disparage the defense counsel. The stated attorneys are not on trial. Don't disparage opposing counsel.
Understood, Your Honor. Sergeant. You go to that slide.
Is this the first? Yeah, it's this one.
Sergeant, you have cell phone records for Luis Rivera for the morning of July 19th, right?
That's correct.
You have more than just the locations that are up there on that slide, right?
We do, yes.
You're aware that Luis Rivera says that before the phone calls of Miss Magbanua, that he was at a barber shop on Biscayne Boulevard, right?
I'm aware that he was at a barber shop.
On Biscayne Boulevard.
I don't know the exact address of the barber shop. My understanding is that it's extremely close to his residence.
So the residence that you have up there is Rivera residence, right?
That's correct.
You have his cell phone records though, right?
We do, yes.
And you were able to run his exact location that morning, right?
Exact to the point of communicating with the cell site. I mean, it's a general area that I'm offering he may be in.
You have his cell phone records for the morning of July 19th.
Yes.
Just like my client, you can look at that data to figure out his approximate location.
That's correct.
And his approximate location was not over in Miami near Jessica Rodriguez's house when those phone calls start. In fact, it was over on Normandy Island, right?
And I apologize, which phone call started? I mean, he was earlier, the first events we have for these, then yes, I do believe that he is in a location consistent with where he was staying. After these phone calls, it would be consistent with his handset moving away from that area. And to be clear, during these phone calls we're looking at here, I do believe that he was near his residence.
When these phone calls start with Miss Magbanua, he's on Normandy Isle, correct?
Specifically between Mr. Rivera and Ms. Magbanua, yes.
Not at a barber shop over on Biscayne Boulevard.
That's correct.
Luis Rivera also said prior to his testimony that after he was at the house, allegedly with Miss Magbanua, that he and then Sigfredo Garcia go back to the barber shop. You aware of that?
Not specifically.
The data that you have, and I think it's on the same slide, where does Luis Rivera go after being in the general vicinity of Rivera's residence?
I have not plotted that, was not asked to evaluate further into the day than this. But as I recall, his handset remains fairly consistent around his house, at least in the time frame we're looking at here.
If you can go back to the slide with Miss Magbanua's locations in between 10:02 and 10:31.
So this starts the 1031 the 1002.
Yeah. Do me a favor, you can go over Rivera's residence and zoom in. A little bit more. A little bit more. Now, all these little shaded areas, these are buildings and houses, right?
That's correct.
Isn't this also, now your testimony is it's consistent with him or her being at Jessica Rodriguez's residence, right?
That's one of the locations, yes.
But it's also consistent with being at that house, that house, that house, that apartment building, that house, right?
That's correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That with all the data and the technology you have, you cannot say that at any point in time, the handsets, not just talking about the people, but the handsets of Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua were at the same place at the same time.
That's correct.
The information that you have, it's consistent with Ms. Magbanua looking for Mr. Garcia if he had been gone for a couple of days, right?
Could be.
It's also consistent with Luis Rivera lying, right?
I sustain the objection, argument.
Right. You were asked questions. We're going to change gears here. We're done. Pulling that stuff up. You were asked questions about phone calls in between Miss Magbanua's phone on June 5th and July 17th to a number 305-934-6615.
That's correct.
And it is your belief, it's your understanding that that is Luis Rivera's phone.
It is my understanding that it was a previous phone number for him.
All right, now the way that you guys know that, when I say you guys, I'm talking about Tallahassee Police Department. A subpoena is sent to Apple, and in response, you receive documents, right?
We did subpoena documents from Apple, yes. Or either by subpoena or search warrant, yes.
Do you remember the phone number that you received back from Apple as belonging to Luis Rivera?
I did not receive those. I'm not sure, no.
Would it help you to take a look at the Apple response?
Sure.
Sergeant, if I can have it, sure to say. Would it help you to take a look at Agent Sanford's report?
What would help it? I mean, is this something you've dealt with before?
It is not, sir. I did not submit.
I don't know why we're asking this witness. He said he didn't request them, he didn't receive them. So I'm not sure why this witness is being asked about them.
I don't know.
Just because he testified about it, Your Honor.
About these records
About this phone number?
that you have in your hand?
Yes.
Say,
I don't know.
but
I object.
I sustain the objection.
Sergeant, are you sure that that phone number actually belongs to Luis Rivera?
No, I'm not. I was advised by the investigators, who may have been the ones who obtained that document, that that was a phone number that was previously used by Mr. Rivera.
And the number that they gave you was 305-934-6615?
Well, let me double check that. (305-934-6615).
And that's a phone number that shows up in Katherine Magbanua's cell phone records or her call detail records for June 5th and July 17th.
That is correct.
Are you aware that Luis Rivera's actual phone number is 305-935-6615?
That was not the number I was provided.
That's a different phone number, right?
It is, yes.
Only a few moments, Your Honor.
Is there a question?
Just getting an exhibit marked, Your Honor. Sergeant, you were asked questions about iCloud information. Remember that?
Yes, I was.
Now, real briefly, if you could just explain to me. You guys sent a subpoena out to Apple to get iCloud information for Charles Adelson, right?
It would have been a search warrant, but yes.
Now, you get that information back, you use something called the Celebrite reader
Yes.
to then interpret that data.
I'm not sure if interpret is the right word, as opposed to make presentable to us.
So that you can navigate it and review it.
That's correct.
And you reviewed it in this case, right?
I reviewed portions of it, yes.
You were asked a question by Ms. Norris on direct examination if there was any evidence in that information of whether Sigfredo Garcia ever communicated with Charles Adelson. You remember that?
That's correct.
And your answer was no.
That's correct.
Judge, I'm going to request a sidebar.
All right. I'm gonna need to talk with the attorneys about this, and there's no sense keeping y'all around. Would y'all be offended if we broke a few minutes early? All right. See y'all tomorrow morning. Be back same time, same place. Don't discuss the case with anyone. You can step out of the audience.
I just want to say thank you for taking the time to watch this with me. I hope you enjoyed watching it like I do. And if you could just click the like button, I'd really
Can I add
appreciate
a note to
it.
that?
Thank you.
What's that?
Can I add something?
We're gonna hear from everybody. Right, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying in the iCloud records of Adelson, Charles Adelson, it includes the substance of text messages between Magbanua, your client, and Mr. Adelson, in which Adelson is saying he's talking to Mr. Garcia. Is that the sum and substance of what you're saying?
Correct, Your Honor. It begins with, and this is April 25th of 2014, weeks before the first trip to Tallahassee. The first text message from Katherine Magbanua to Charles Adelson. This is the government's evidence that I'm reading from. Did Tuto call your phone? Answer from Charles Adelson, no. Answer, actually he did. Third answer, he invited me to go deep sea fishing. He was so nice. Response from Katherine to Charles Adelson, I'm serious. He's fucking driving me crazy. Second response from Katherine Magbanua, is your cell phone listed online? Response from Charles Adelson, I don't think my cell is listed online. This all occurs on April 25th, 2014. Your Honor, to add on that, the government during their direct examination of Sergeant Corbett talked about how Sergeant Corbett was able to access these same messages to determine that on 7/14 and 7/15 that they were having dinner. This is the government's exhibit. They've tried to move it in before. They've used it through this witness to reference other dates. This is being used in the same fashion, but more importantly, it's being used to impeach this witness because this witness said he reviewed all of this and that there is no evidence in there of communications in between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson. Clearly, this impeaches that.
Mr. Norris?
Yes, sir. Cell phone listed online, and he responds, no, he doesn't think it's online. So I think that to offer this, it is not impeachment because Sergeant Corbett said, I found no direct evidence of communication between the two. The content of this defendant's self-serving statements about whether or not he called is not evidence. And I don't believe that's why Sergeant Corbett, or I do believe that's why he didn't consider it evidence of communication. And that's why I made my question about phone records and direct contacts in the iCloud between those respective parties. I think under 403, the probative value of this sarcastic exchange between the two is far outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, especially given the self-serving nature of it by Ms. Magbanua.
Got a brief response?
But Mr. Sanguinet has a stake in this too. He can be heard.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, at this time, I've been instructed to withdraw my previous objection.
Let's have Sergeant Corbett back up if he would, please. No. Clarify for me, you made some, and unfortunately my notes aren't good enough. You can sit down, I'm sorry. About a meeting at a restaurant with Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson. You remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I do.
I don't remember the specifics of that. What do you recall about that?
I believe it was the July 14th or 15th, that evening time, there was communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson, back and forth. And then after that, there was communication with Mr. Garcia. In trying to put some context to those communications, I did look at the iCloud for that night, and there's partial conversations about going out to dinner. We can eat somewhere around here. There was a location given where they could go to dinner. Again, just to put context to what we were looking at.
And these are the same records Mr. DeCoste is now talking about.
That's correct, sir.
Well, I think the state's opened the door to this. You can't use part of them and then tell the defense they can't use the other part of them. But you specifically elicited that testimony, relied on what's in the iCloud records. So I'll overrule the objection. Anything else we need to resolve on this?
Judge, I would just ask that the defense review the exhibits one more time
Yeah.
tonight.
I want you to put all the exhibits out. I don't want to hear about any more exhibits not being here. We do have one other issue, just to muddy the waters a little bit more. You'll have to talk to Sergeant Gore, who's in the back, as to the specifics of who's told him what. But apparently it's been reported to him, you can sit down, that's it, slide down, that two of the witnesses this morning violated the rule of sequestration by watching the other ones on the live stream while they were testifying. I don't want to start discussing it. I'll let y'all investigate what the situation is and who they're talking about. It does strike me now we've got three witnesses who conceivably we've had a sequestration problem. I'm going to remind everybody, it is your obligation to make sure your witnesses are told that they're under the rule of sequestration. If any of you have not specifically told your witnesses that, you need to make sure you do, because it's going to cause problems. And it appears perhaps there's a problem here. I'll let y'all look into that. We'll take it up at 8:30. I did want to comment on, I let in the tape this morning of the conversation between Ms. Johnston and Charlie Adelson. I did want to indicate my reasoning for that. I understand that under normal circumstance, it would be hearsay, but my assessment of it is that it was not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It was being offered to show the reaction to the request for Ms. Magbanua's records. Therefore, it's not hearsay. So that was the basis of my ruling. We'll see y'all at 8:30.
Have a good night, Your Honor.
Once again, I want to thank everybody for watching. I didn't realise that it was still going on for that little bit extra. And I hope you join me for tomorrow and day 6 of the trial. All stay blessed and have a lovely day.